television and live streaming to all members of the public. Board meetings are televised live on Comcast Cable 27, AT&T UVerse Channel 99, and Wave Channel 32, and can be seen live at www.contracosta.ca.gov. Persons who wish to address the board during public comment or with respect to an item that is on the agenda have two options: telephone or via Zoom. Information can be found at www.contracosta.ca.gov. To indicate you wish to speak on an agenda item, please push #2 on your phone. If you accidentally press #2 for the wrong item, press #2 again to lower your hand. The Zoom link can be found at www.contracosta.ca.gov. To give your public comment over Zoom, please raise your hand in the Zoom app. Once it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute and promote you. You will get a prompt requesting you to click Join as a panelist. Before you provide your comment, please ensure that your sound and/or video is on. All telephone and Zoom comments will be limited to 2 minutes apiece. At exactly the 2-minute mark, staff will mute the speaker's audio. Your patience is appreciated. We request that public speakers state their names and organization, but providing such information is voluntary. Staff reports related to open session items on the agenda are also accessible online at www.contracosta.ca.gov. We have a Spanish interpreter in the boardroom to assist with any Spanish-speaking callers. Our interpreter uses consecutive interpretation. Please speak in short phrases to allow the interpreter to convey the message in English. Make sure you're speaking clearly into your microphone. You will have a total of 4 minutes for the interpreter to translate. Meetings of the board are closed caption in real time. Thank you for your participation. Para disminuir la propagación del COVID-19, se permite que las reuniones públicas sean accesibles a través de la televisión y la transmisión en vivo para todos los miembros del público. Las reuniones de la Junta se televisan en directo por Comcast Cable 27, AT&T UVerse, Canal 99 y Wave, Canal 32. Y pueden verse en directo por Internet en www.contracosta.ca.gov. Las personas que deseen dirigirse a la Junta durante los comentarios del público o con respecto a un punto que esté en el orden del día tienen dos opciones: por teléfono o por Zoom. El número de teléfono y el código de acceso se encuentra en www.contracosta.ca.gov. Para indicar que desea hablar sobre un punto del orden del día, presione la tecla numeral y luego el número 2 en su teléfono. Si se equivoca y presiona la tecla numeral y el número 2 y quiere hablar de otro tema, presione la tecla numeral y el 2 de nuevo para bajar la mano. El enlace de Zoom se encuentra en www.contracosta.ca.gov. Para hacer su comentario público a través de Zoom, por favor, levante la mano en la aplicación de Zoom. Una vez que llegue su turno, el moderador activará el micrófono y lo promoverá. Se le pedirá que haga clic en Unirse como panelista. Antes de hacer su comentario, asegúrese de que ya sea el sonido o el video estén activados. Disponemos de una intérprete de español en la sala de juntas para ayudar a las personas de habla hispana que llamen. Nuestra intérprete utiliza la interpretación consecutiva. Por favor, hable con frases cortas para que la intérprete pueda captar el mensaje en inglés. Asegúrese de hablar con claridad en el micrófono. Tendrá un total de 4 minutos para que la intérprete traduzca. A los 4 minutos exactos, el personal silenciará el micrófono del orador. Les agradecemos su paciencia. Solicitamos a los oradores públicos que indiquen su nombre y organización, pero proporcionar dicha información es algo voluntario. Los informes del personal relacionados con los puntos del orden del día de la sesión abierta también son accesibles en línea en www.contracosta.ca.gov. Las reuniones de la Junta están subtituladas en tiempo real. Gracias por su participación.
Again, we are returning from closed session. Madam Counsel, I understand you have some announcements.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Mitchoff. In the case of Tree City LLC versus Contra Costa County Superior Court case number MSC 22-400304, the board has given authorization to file an appeal. As to item C, anticipated litigation, the board has given authority to initiate litigation, and details of that litigation will be disclosable once the litigation has been filed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, a reminder, thank you. It's nice to see so many faces that it's election day. We have, everybody's in navy blue and or red, so we try to go with the theme. It's time to get out and vote. I have my little vote pin. Oh, I forgot to wear my I voted thing. Oh, well. But please, if you have not voted, please vote today. And with that, if you are able, please stand to join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And our inspirational thought for today is, by voting, we add our voice to the chorus that forms opinions and the basis for actions. And that is by Jan Stoltenberg. With that, we will move to our consent calendar, items C1 through C1.
We have one adjournment?
I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we have an adjournment. Supervisor Joya.
Yes, I want to make sure. In fact, is it listed on? It should be listed. I want to make sure it's also printed on the agenda, since I wanted to read it at a time when it's printed.
I don't think your mic is on, or...
Yeah, that's better. I'm just trying to make sure it is printed on the agenda.
It did. It's
yes.
It's right after D14.
Yes, good. All right. All right, I wanted to acknowledge the passing of Dr. Henry Clark last Friday, June 3rd. North Richmond suffered a major loss with the passing of Dr. Clark. He was a very beloved leader, born in North Richmond in 1944 and raised in North Richmond. He dedicated his life's work to improving the quality of life of North Richmond residents, and his unwavering pursuit of justice stemmed from the inequalities he experienced as a child. Dr. Clark's advocacy started at a young age. As a Richmond High alumni, he was a student leader in the movement to address racism and continued his involvement in college. His monumental contributions to the environmental justice movement made him a pioneer and made Richmond one of the centers of the environmental justice movement as well. He successfully led a campaign to shut down the development of an incinerator near Verde Elementary School in North Richmond, and he worked tirelessly to improve the air quality of nearby industries. He was loved, he was respected, an environmental activist, an orator, a husband, a father, and more. And thanks to Dr. Clark's fearless and passionate work, the most vulnerable West County residents have cleaner air, better access to health care, and more power over their lives and communities. Dr. Clark served as executive director of the West County Toxics Coalition, founded in 1986, to empower North Richmond and other low-income communities of color in the battle against industrial polluters. Dr. Clark was the last original member of the North Richmond Municipal Advisory Council, which he helped establish in 1992 and on which he served for 30 years. Dr. Clark was also a longtime member of the Contra Costa County Hazardous Materials Commission, where he championed principles of environmental justice throughout his tenure. He also served on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's AB 617 Community Process Steering Committee to help guide the development of a pollution reduction plan for Richmond-San Pablo area. So for those of us in West County, the air we breathe is cleaner and the community of North Richmond is healthier. Vulnerable residents have a stronger voice, and there is more justice in our world for Dr. Clark, having lived, served, fought, loved, and strived among us, and we all know his legacy shall endure. So we will adjourn our meeting in Dr. Clark's honor.
Thank you. We will now move on to our...
Chair.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Supervisor
I'm sorry,
Glover.
I just received notice that a longtime Pittsburgh resident and her family's been very involved in politics within the city of Pittsburgh. Joan Evela, mother of Sal Evela, who's Pittsburgh City Council member, after suffering for quite some time, passed away over the last 24 hours. So she's a strong advocate for the Historical Society and keeping the knowledge and wealth of Pittsburgh great history alive. And I just want to also ask that we would adjourn the meeting in her honor and memory also.
And her first name was?
Joni Evela.
Joan or Joni?
Joni.
Joni, okay. Just saw Sal on Friday. That's too bad. Okay, we will now move on to our consent calendar, items C1 through C111. I know I will be pulling item C26. Supervisor Burgess?
And I'll be pulling C27, right?
Yes. Madam Administrator, are there any others to pull?
None to pull, Madam Chair. Thank you.
But I don't think we need to pull them as far as voting separately, right?
I'm going to put them under presentation.
Okay, cool.
Let's do that. Let's vote for C1 through C111. Let's take public comment first. Do we have any commenters on our consent calendar?
If there are any callers on the line or Zoom participants that would like to speak on an item under consent, please press #2 if you're on the phone or raise your hand in the Zoom app.
Si alguien quiere hacer comentarios públicos sobre alguno de los temas de consentimiento, por favor, presione el numeral 2 o levante la mano si está en Zoom.
We do have a caller.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Yes, good morning. I'd like to comment in regard to C56, which is for a multidisciplinary task force for trafficking victims. As trafficking is, in my understanding, the modern term for slavery in practice, where a person who is under the domination and oppression of others, and trafficking is associated with the illegal entry into this country carried out by cartels who are trafficking in people and drugs. As the consequences of this assault on our community is reflected in your weekly contracts, which this week, 16 of the consent items totaling almost $40 million deal with some aspect of mental health, much of it dealing with children. I'm asking you to deal with the cause and protect our communities and our state. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other callers.
There are no more comments.
All right. May I have a motion on items C1 through C111, please?
I could make the motion. We don't have it
Oh,
up
that's right.
on
We
our
need the-
tablets.
So moved.
Oh, are these not going to be up on our pad today, or they
Happy
will?
to make the motion,
Let's
but,
just relax.
Yeah, I did push.
oh, were you able to do it on your tablet? Okay.
I'm not.
They like me better, I think.
Okay,
Teasing.
well-
Teasing.
Do we have what we need? Is there a reason why this is such a difficult thing every time we do it? That's not a criticism of staff, but this is really frustrating. I'd rather not even use the process and just do voice votes if we're going to have this problem every time. Is there?
I'll make a motion with my voice.
All right. Second?
And I'd be happy to second it.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Anderson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Motion carries 5-0. All right. We have actually five presentations today, and I'm going to remind staff that each presentation is to take no more than 5 minutes. We have a very long agenda today, and so our first presentation is recognizing the Green Government Group, G3 champions, and this will be led by Jody London.
Good morning. Does this, it does not.
Okay, is the
Does it
green,
raise?
no, on the
Okay.
base of the black
Got it,
line.
I got it. Can
Is
you
the
hear
green-
me?
Is the green light?
Green light is on. I was just
Have our
wondering if
stainless
it.
steel.
Okay, you can move
Yes.
it up closer to your mouth.
Okay,
please.
let me just, okay. Good morning. My name is Jody London. I'm the County Sustainability Coordinator. We're very excited today. Oh, thank you. That is just what I was looking for.
That's what I was looking for.
Me
yeah.
too. Thank you, Jamie. Okay. As you recall, in September of 2020, the board adopted a climate emergency resolution, and when you did that, you said you wanted all the department heads to start meeting and thinking about how the county and its day-to-day operations can walk the walk with climate action. The department heads have taken up that task very well. You've been receiving regular reports. And one of the things the department heads said is we want to see our departments do this work. And so we're gonna ask our employees to volunteer. So behind me are just a portion of the G3 champions. We have had 69 county employees volunteer for this from the following departments: agriculture, animal services, health, child support services, conservation and development, the county administrator, county council, employment and human services, human resources, library, probation, public defender, treasurer, tax collector, and risk management. And rather than me talk, I was going to ask a couple of them to just tell you why they are participating in this. And I'm going to start with Nicole Smalley. Nicole, you ready? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nicole Smalley from Probation Department. I work over at our Richmond office. I wanted to be a part of this. I was born in Contra Costa County, raised here. I'm raising my family here as well. And I want to do something to give back to our community. Also leave the world better for our children and their children than the way we received it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And we're also going to hear from Karen Adler.
Hi, good morning. I'm with the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures. Pardon my voice. I've worked there for about 9 years, and I volunteered to be a G3 champion because I really wanted to help the county meet these or adopt these green business standards in order to move closer with the climate action plan. I think that's an awesome goal. And I've seen in my own department that there's a lot of potential small and big steps that we can take. I recently completed a UC Climate Steward course. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. There's the UC Naturalists, UC Master Gardeners. This is a newer program. And in the program, we learn about the science behind climate change, how to communicate about climate change, and also there's emphasis on making collective community-level impact. So one of the principles is that for those of us who are passionate about climate change and mitigating climate change, we must try to expend our effort at the level that matches the scale of the problem. So not just looking personally, but looking in a community and in a collective fashion. And that's what the G3 Champions program is doing. So I'm really excited to be a part of it. There's a lot of interest in my department. I look forward to the future. Thank you.
I'm sure that every person behind me would have equally inspiring remarks, but we know you're tight on time, so we'll stop there. But thank you so much for the opportunity to introduce the champions. We launched in April. Their first activity in May was promoting Bike to Work Day. They meet every other month. The next meeting is tomorrow, and we're going to be going deep. I know the sustainability members will be interested in this on electric vehicles and starting to help educate our county workforce about the coming change in our county fleet. So thank you very much for the time.
Well, and thank you. We each got like a mini garbage can with a little decal.
Hey, it's our
something.
It's our cup. It's our cup, so we don't reuse. You just get water from the tap.
You can use those for water.
It's water. It's to drink, so we don't use paper cups.
Candace and I serve on the solid waste.
I knew it was a drinking cup, and I thought, okay, Girl Scout days, I always had a tin cup, and I just need to carry this with me, put it under the tap instead of getting my water bottle.
And we have more. We have many, many more of those stickers. So if you see people who deserve a sticker, let us know, and we can get them to you. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Joya?
I was just going to say, before you leave, I want to thank all of you. I know the Sustainability Committee of Supervisor Glover and myself, maybe we have you come and give more of a presentation, a more detailed presentation to the Sustainability Committee. And thank you, Jody, as a Sustainability Officer. I mean, when this board a number of years ago did three things. It established a Sustainability Commission, a Sustainability Committee of the Board, and a Sustainability Director position, those three things. And the Sustainability Director position was really key because the idea is to really work and embed in county staff, right, the ethic and culture of sustainability. And it really can't be carried out despite whatever policies we may make unless you're being innovative and creative and committed to it, like you all have just said. And we really appreciate that. The people of California support this, and we're all going to make it happen collectively. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. Yes. We will now move on to our presentation proclaiming June 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. And this presentation will be given by Marla Stewart, our Director of Employment and Human Services. And we need to show her how to lift that lectern. In the old chambers, we had it, and we always talked about it. There we go.
Thank you. Okay, I've been here 2 months now, and I just learned something new, how to put this thing up.
But we all did.
I've been here almost 40 years, and that's certainly new. All right. Good morning, Ms. Stewart.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Mitchoff and members of the board. I am Marla Stewart, the Director of the Employment and Human Services Department, and I have with me today several members of our Adult Protective Services team. We are here today to acknowledge the devastating crime of elder and dependent adult abuse. And we're going to start by showing you 2 public service announcements that are part of our Contra Costa campaign this month to raise awareness.
Mom, I need you to sign the house over to me right now.
Give me time to read this over.
Sign it. You're not going to understand it anyway.
Approximately 1 in 10 American seniors have experienced abuse. Signs include lack of basic care, changes in behavior, or unexplained financial problems. June is Elder Abuse Awareness Month and a good time to remember we all have the power to identify and stop abuse. To report abuse, reach out at reporttoaps.org.
Dad, for the 10th time, stay in your room.
Could I have lunch?
No.
But I'm hungry.
Elder abuse can take many forms: neglect, financial, emotional, and sexual abuse, even physical harm. Signs can include lack of basic care, changes in behavior, or unexplained financial problems. We all have the power to identify and stop abuse. Reach out today at reporttoaps.org.
Unfortunately, those short dramatizations that we just saw represent a sad, stark reality for seniors and dependent adults in Contra Costa County. In 2021, our APS hotline received approximately 4,500 calls reporting abuse. This is an average of 86 a week. In addition to the public service announcements that you've just seen, we are part of the Contra Costa Elder Abuse Prevention Project, and we are hosting virtual events and live events every Thursday in June, and they focus on educating about prevention. So on June 9th, we are hosting the Family Justice Institute training on restraining orders. On June 16th, we have a live in-person elder abuse awareness resource fair where our own division manager, LaVon Gibson, is going to be the DJ. And on June 23rd, we have a financial abuse webinar. You and community members can go to cocoelderjustice.org for information about how to register for these events. That is cocoelderjustice.org. And the phone number to report abuse was in the video, and I just want to say it as well because it's so important to know this number. If anyone is suspecting that an elder or dependent adult is experiencing abuse, please call 877-839-4347. We now have one of our APS social workers, Stephanie Martinez, who's going to read the proclamation.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie. I'm a social worker with the Adult Protective Services Program. Elder Independent Adult Abuse Awareness Month, Proclamation, June 2022. Whereas, as our population lives longer, we are presented with an opportunity to honor and protect elder and dependent adults. And whereas elder and dependent adults deserve to be treated with respect and dignity to enable them to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and vital participating members of our communities. And whereas community members can look out for the safety and protection of seniors and disabled adults by reporting various types of suspected elder abuse, including emotional, financial, physical, sexual, neglect, abandonment, or isolation. And whereas signs of elder and dependent abuse include lack of basic amenities, a cluttered, filthy living environment, unexplained or uncharacteristic changes in behavior, unexplained sexually transmitted diseases, unpaid bills, new credit cards and/or increased cash withdrawals, harassment, injury, intimidation or humiliation, caregiver isolation of the elder or dependent adult, and whereas, according to the National Center on Elder Abuse, studies have recognized that projection of abuse likely underestimate the actual population prevalence. For every incident of abuse reported to authorities, nearly 24 additional cases remain undetected. Whereas in 2021, Contra Costa County Adult Protective Services received 4,492 elder and dependent adult abuse reports. And whereas APS in Contra Costa County investigates abuse concerns and collaborates with other county agencies and community-based organizations to advocate and provide services for elder and dependent adult clients. And whereas preventing abuse of older and dependent adults through maintaining and improving social supports like senior centers, nutrition programs, human services, and transportation enables these community members to live independently as possible and contribute to the vibrancy of our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors acknowledges and proclaims the month of June 2022 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in Contra Costa County, affirming the importance of supporting our older and disabled residents with services and programs to help keep them safe. Thank you.
That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you. You know, I cringed watching mostly that second video. The first one, as many of you know, and others of us are taking care of elder parents, there is no excuse for any kind of elder abuse. I would say that part of this is we need to get more resources to caregivers because, believe me, it's very easy to lose your patients and again, there is still no excuse for that, but if there were more resources in our community and from our state to help assist elders in their living situations and their caregivers, I would like to think that some of that, those calls that you get would be reduced. Supervisor Anderson, did you?
No, and again, I share with Karen, I have at my home right now my 91, almost 92-year-old father that my sisters and I all take care of and try to get him back and forth to his home in Hawaii and to his doctors there. And it's challenging, and we're fortunate that we have the resources that we can take care of him and that he can get the help he needs. But not everyone is that fortunate to have family members in a position to have their elderly parent in their home. And so as Karen said, it's so much ensuring that we have the resources available, but that we make the public aware. And it's something I'm very committed to doing. I was excited to hear about the events that we have this month and look forward to pushing that out to the constituents in my district. I represent Rossmore, that has one of our largest aging population in the county, and it is just so critical. And when you talk about fraud, when I am at my father's home in Hawaii, almost every call or almost every day I get a call with someone trying to defraud him, telling him that he had charged on his Amazon account, or telling him that he needed to call with Medicare, or that the police were going to be there shortly because he was in trouble with the IRS. And very often I will push the number and just say to them, you are doing something evil and you will be cursed. Not that, that's just sort of my reaction. But it's just one of those things. And typically they're offshore. They're not, it's just so much fraud is taking place. And there are so many people who need our help. So thank you for all that you are doing. Anything our offices can do to support your mission, we are here to do it. Our residents of Contra Costa who have lived very, very full lives deserve to age in dignity, with respect, having the resources that they worked so hard to earn throughout their lives. So thank you.
Supervisor Joya?
Yeah, I just wanted to appreciate that we continue to highlight this issue because it's too pervasive. We all personally know, sometimes family members and definitely friends who've been impacted by this. And I know both over the years, both the Employment and Human Services Department and the District Attorney's Office have been also very visible on programs to really prevent it, punish people who participate in this. So it's really important. And thank you all personally for being a part of this effort. It is really shameful, right, and disgusting when people do this. And as Candace used some terms about the worst of the worst that really take advantage of our most vulnerable seniors. So thanks.
Supervisor Burgess?
Yeah, first of all, for all of you standing up, I want to thank you for choosing to do a career or to have a career and a job that works towards protecting such vulnerable populations. So first I want to acknowledge you. I want to thank you for working with the Family Justice Center, because I know in East County, when we opened up the Family Justice Center in East County, that was one of the things that we really wanted to focus on was elder abuse, because I have a lot of retired folks in District 3 as well. Some in more affluent areas, and there's the different types of elder abuse that happens, like you were talking about the financial, but I also have a lot of older folks that are just getting by, and it can be in a mobile home or living with certain folks that, it's challenging. And it's so complicated, elder abuse, because it's often related to relationships or poor health or poor, declining in your ability to really make good decisions. And so the awareness of what you're doing is really important, and I appreciate you doing that, and thank you.
Supervisor Glover?
Thank you. I want to join my colleagues in thanking you all for the work that you decided to make a career of, and really work hard to help this population. I know with the two parents who've passed on that as we all get older, and some of us are getting there pretty quick, that these services are so very important. And one aspect of a need is that we're really seeing a growing population of our elders within the homeless population. And so just thank you all for the work, and as we continue to do this work, let's keep that also in mind, is that we do have a lot of homeless elders that's a part of our population now. Again, thank you for your work.
Again, thank you very, very much. You're doing what I would call God's work. Have a lovely day. Yes. Our next presentation is to acknowledge and hear from Dylan Johnston, the Alcohol and Drugs Advisory Board member on People Who Make a Difference Awards 2022.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Mitchoff and Board of Supervisors. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Excellent. All right, my name is Dylan Johnston. I am a resident and representative of District 4, as well as the chair of the Community Awareness Committee of the Alcohol and Other Drugs Advisory Board. Each year, the board recognizes individuals and groups, including youth, who go above and beyond in addressing alcohol and other drugs in their communities with the People Who Make a Difference Awards. On this occasion, I am proud to present you with this year's list of individuals recommended by the AOD Advisory Board. We are grateful for their work and ask that you join us in celebrating their contributions. For the category Individual Non-Volunteer, we have Pablo Martinez for his work with and advocacy for the Hispanic recovery community in Contra Costa County. We have Dr. Lisa Rodello for her work with perinatal clients battling substance abuse and as a choosing change physician. And we have Gonzalo Rubico for his work helping youth in Richmond find positive alternatives to gangs and drug use, and as founder of Bay Area Peacekeepers. In the category Individual Youth Leadership, we have Anuo Luwapo Oladobe for her peer advocacy and leadership, as well as efforts to support a countywide vape products ban. And we've got Ankita Khatri for her work as a youth ambassador with the National Coalition Against Prescription Drug Abuse, participating in and leading educational events for fellow youth. In the group volunteer category, we have Tina Steam for the work these volunteers do speaking to K through 12 students in the San Ramon Valley and equipping them to make courageous choices about their health and lives. In the group non-volunteer, we have the Bay Area Peacekeepers for their work helping to prevent substance abuse in youth and families by teaching strategies for coping with trauma and helping find healthy alternatives. And in the category Group Youth Leadership, we have the Pride and Purpose Project for their work raising awareness around issues of cannabis and cannabis prevention. Please join me in thanking and congratulating these individuals and groups. And thank you to the Board of Supervisors for recognizing and celebrating the efforts of our community to address alcohol and other drugs issues.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston, and we want to congratulate all of those individuals for the wonderful work they are doing in our communities. I think we all recognize that alcohol and other drugs lead to a lot of problems, including homelessness, as Supervisor Glover mentioned, and the devastation to the individual and to their families and friends. So very, very important work. And with that, we will now move on. Items C26 and C27. Supervisor Burgess, why don't you go first?
Alrighty. Well, item C27 is a resolution recognizing Mark Goodwin's service to the county. He began his service just a little over 5 years ago and joined my team as my chief of staff. And he has done really good things. I can't see you, so I can't really talk to you.
You can't see him, he's over there.
But there you are. He's kind of tall and hard to miss usually. Mark jumped into his role as chief of staff with my office and took the priorities that I had and made an effort to make them happen. And one of those things was fire service in East County. He has been committed, enthusiastic, and a great supporter of all those that helped make this happen. And next month we will see the annexation crossover. He also got introduced to the idea of drones, and Mr. Goodwin had never seen a drone and now has become an expert.
Get closer to your mic, it'd be clearer.
Oh, speak closer to my mic?
Way
there we
better,
go.
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin has become an expert in drones and the new technologies that are opportunities that we can take advantage of here in Contra Costa County to create jobs. And he has become an expert, and I am so grateful to those things that he's done. He's been a friend and a person that could be accessed in my office to the whole community. And I have, over the years, many times received compliments on the service that he has given to our community. And personally, he's become a very good friend. I think he is an amazing human being, and it's going to be a big loss that he's leaving. But I wanted to recognize him and thank him for his service to me, to the county, to our communities, and to wish him the best.
Mr. Goodwin, would you like to make any comments?
I think if I try to talk too much, I'll just become a hot mess. I think we both know. So I'm just really grateful for the opportunity. You know, I do want to recognize and thank my fellow chiefs. They've all been tremendous colleagues to me. They're great individuals, as you all know. And the District 3 office staff, they've all been an incredible family for me, and I'm just very grateful for them and their work, and you, Supervisor.
Well, thank you, Mark. We're going to miss you. My rule, and I'm sure Supervisor Burgess has adopted it, is once a staffer, always a staffer. And no matter where you are in your future endeavors, especially with your experience with drones, you need to expect you might get a phone call, is all I'm saying. So thank you again for your service.
When can we come up and walk precincts as you're running for Oregon County Commissioner in some county in Oregon, right?
You're all welcome anytime.
Klamath County, right? Is that where you'll be?
Klamath County, yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll look for it.
Thank you. And our next presentation is for my Chief of Staff, Annie O. There is a resolution, as there was for Mark, in the packet. She's done so many things, but I do want to highlight this year she brought to my attention, and we had our first Chinese New Year Asian American celebration earlier, I think it was in February, so that will be an ongoing legacy that she brought to us. I'm very proud of her, what I'll call extracurricular activities. She's the current vice chair and the incoming chair of the Contra Costa College Foundation. She's a member of the Contra Costa Red Cross Leadership Council. And Annie has mentored the rest of the staff who are here. And we all went to lunch yesterday to celebrate. And you know what we forgot to do, folks? Take a picture. So I think maybe we had a few too many drinks. But anyway, I will be asking them to come up so that we can have that picture. Today is actually Annie's last day. Officially, it's July 5th, but to use up her vacation before she goes to work for somebody. And I'm going to mention that one of my goals for staff when I became a supervisor was to hopefully model what I learned with and for former Supervisor Sonny Wright McPeak. And I'm very proud of all of my staff, and we are going into a circle of life because it was Sonny, Karen, Annie Sonny. Annie is going to work for former Supervisor McPeak at the California Emerging Technologies Fund. And I couldn't be prouder of her and this opportunity for her. And she's just going to be right upstairs. So it's really once a staffer, always a staffer. But like Mark, I don't want to get too emotional. It's very hard to see such wonderful people, as much as they have flourished in the county environment and grown. And it's one of the most wonderful things about the job of being a staffer for any of us are the many opportunities that are presented and that they take advantage of. So with that, we are honoring and recognizing Annie O, and I would like to give her this opportunity to make a few comments.
I just want to thank you, Karen, for the opportunity. I feel so grateful to serve District 4 residents under your leadership. I've learned so much, and I will carry an unbelievable time and experiences with me forever. I want to thank the staff, Leah Bristol, Lisa Chow, Chris Wickler, and Colleen Awad for being an absolutely fantastic support team. Great individuals, great leaders in their own right, but thank you so much, Karen. And this won't be the last time standing before this board, so we have a lot of broadband work to do. I will be back.
Thank you, Annie.
Annie, I just wanted to say that you are just a superstar, such a kind heart, and really contributing your own time to things. And you're an amazing human being, so I appreciate you.
And I'm going to add, while you're all gathering too, I got to know Annie before she came to Karen because I worked with her at East Bay EDA Economic Development Alliance, and she was phenomenal there. And I was so excited for Karen when you came over, Annie. I just thought Karen has it made because Annie knows how to get things done, just her calm presence, efficiency, all of that. So Sunny is a lucky woman to have you coming toward her. We look forward to working with you for years to come.
Thank you.
Oh, please, Mr. Torres. Go ahead. You're fine.
You mean the one that says push? Hello, everyone. Chairman Mitchoff, thank you for this time. Fellow supervisors. My name is Dan Torres. I'm a business representative for Sprinkler Fitters, Local 483. I just wanted to step up to the mic and take this time to congratulate Annie. Annie has been a dear friend. When I was first cutting my teeth as a business representative in Contra Costa County, I engaged with Supervisor Mitchoff's office to promote the fire sprinkler industry. And that's where I met Annie. And she's been a dear friend. She's been a dear friend. She's helped me out with my career, helped me out navigating the complexities, which is Contra Costa County. So congratulations, Annie. I wish you all the best. And where you're going, they're going to be very, very fortunate. So thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Dan. Nice to see you. All right. Let's move on to our first discussion item, which is to consider approving and authorizing a contract with Thorn Run Partners in an amount not to exceed $324,000, that's over a 3-year period, for federal legislative advocacy services. Mr. Ewell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tim Ewell from County Administrator's Office. Our office is here today to transmit a recommendation of the County Selection Committee to award a contract to Thorn Run Partners in an amount not to exceed $324,000 for the period July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2025 for federal legislative advocacy services. On April 1st, 2022, the County Administrator's Office distributed a request for qualifications for those services in anticipation of a current contract expiring at the end of this month, June 30th. The RFQ was posted to BidSync, which is the county's procurement tool, and distributed to all known advocates, legislative advocates, serving California State Association of Counties, or CSAC, and Urban Counties Caucus, UCC, member counties. Responses to the request for proposals were due on April 27th, 2022. At that time, the county had received 4 responses from the following firms: Carpy & Clay, Thorn Run Partners, K&L Gates and Platinum Advisors, and ACG Advocacy. The RFQ and each of the proposals is included as attachments to today's board order and can be found on the county's website. Following receipt of the submissions from the above firms, the County Administrator's Office convened the County Selection Committee, or CSC, to conduct interviews with representatives from each of the 4 firms on May 23rd, 2022 via Zoom. The interview process was facilitated by the County Administrator's Office, and the County Selection Committee was composed of the following: Chair Mitchoff, Senior Deputy County Administrator Lara Delaney, and Director of Legislative Affairs for Orange County, Peter DeMarco. The County Selection Committee used a consensus-based forced ranking system to evaluate the respondents during the interview process. Upon conclusion of the interviews, a recommendation was made to forward to your board to award a contract to Thorn Run Partners, the current incumbent contractor. All respondents were notified of the intent to award the contract to Thorn Run Partners on May 27, 2022. And again, today's action requests that the board consider the CSC's proposal to award the contract to Thorn Run Partners. And we're available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ewell. I do want to comment that we had 4 excellent responses, not always easy. We do this process every 3 years with the majority of our contracts in the county, just to ensure keeping current with things. I will say that Thorn Run was from a cost perspective, they were comparable to 2 of the others. One of the firms was much higher. One of the firms has had a former state senator as their partner, and he advocates very strongly for an isolated conveyance through the Delta. And so I asked him point blank, you know, given your perspective and positions, which I respect, I don't agree with, will you be able to go into other federal offices and advocate against an isolated conveyance? And he assured me he could. And I will take him at his word, but I didn't think it sent a very good message to our federal legislators that we might have a lobbyist who could advocate for us. So Thorn Run is the entity that we've been using the last 6 months. Mr. Schlesinger is the lead there. We have utilized him for many, many years. As Mr. Ewell said, it was force rank, and there didn't seem to be any reason to go to another agency just for the fact of change. And so that is why we are able to recommend Thorn Run Partners to you. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Supervisor Burgess.
Yeah, you know, I want to thank you for going through this process. I went through it a couple of years ago, and it is challenging because you want to do the right thing. I do want to recognize the important role that our legislative folks do for us. Not only does it keep us informed on what's happening, but it's actually helped us create money money to do different things, whether it's related to public works, housing, water. I mean, it just goes on. And it's both at the state and federal level. So I want to just recognize that this is an investment that pays for itself many times over. And I just appreciate the committee doing this important work. Thank you. And I will make the motion.
Thank you. But
Second.
And you're seconding it. We should be able to do this, but I wish to take public comment. Do we have any public comment? And I don't know, is Mr. Schlesinger Zooming?
Yes, Madam Chair, the entire team from Thorn Run Partners is available on Zoom.
Why don't they show their bright, shiny faces on the Zoom? One of the reasons we're happy to work with Thorn Run is we're going to have access to many more staff there. I see two hands raised in the telephone. There's Mr. Schlesinger. Are your colleagues there?
Well, we started with 4, and
I know we've had a long meeting before we got to you.
Greg Burns, who is one of my new colleagues here at Thorn Run, is actually down in Florida today visiting a client, and he said he was going to have to jump off about 17 minutes ago. And Catherine Finley, who is on board as our health expert to help the county with any issues it has on health matters, was going to have to jump off at 10 o'clock today, your time. I think Jim Davenport is still on.
It's okay. I just wanted to introduce the team to the rest of the county. But let's move to public comment.
If there are any callers on the line or any Zoom participants who would like to speak on authorizing a contract with Thorn Run Partners, please press #2 if you're on the phone or raise your hand in the Zoom app.
Por favor, si alguien entre el público que quiere hacer comentarios sobre el tema de la aprobación y autorización del contrato con Thorn Run Partners, por favor, levante la mano si está en Zoom o presione el numeral y2.
We have a caller, and we also have a public comment in the boardroom.
Why don't we take the public speaker in the... Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Schlesinger, my name is Pete Bennett. You're going to be an advocate for the county, speaking about changes to the laws that affect the citizens of the county and the state, correct?
We don't go back and forth, Mr. Bennett. You can address your questions to the board.
Excuse me, what'd you say?
We don't go back and forth. You can address your questions to the chair.
Okay, good. That's the first time you ever responded to me. I have a history. All right, well, we'll rephrase it. Give me a couple of extra seconds, please. So when you go there, go look up the Amber Alert law. That was my girlfriend. Beautiful child was killed. I've been fighting police officers' Bill of Rights for 25 years. Abuse of authority under color of law, convictions, racketeering, and RICO. I have spent every nickel I have trying to recover my money. I should have remedy. You should take my story to State Senator Steve Glazer, whose wife at AT&T, they owe me money. You won't give me constituent services like nobody around here. Constituent services is a right of a citizen. I'm going to make sure you know what the hell happened to me.
30 seconds.
That's it. You know? My family was murdered in Utah. My trust documents were stolen and forged. I'll be submitting those. There should be a reason for these people to return my calls. There's not a single person in this county that will take care of anything that is legally responsible for. You killed my family. That's what I feel. And I'm not done.
I see we have one phone caller.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a little bit surprised that the individual firms that were listed on the agenda, Carpy and Clay, KML, ACG, Advocacy, didn't get to present. So I think this is already a decision that was made prior to this public meeting, and that's why you guys only feature Thorn Run. So as a public, I guess we missed the opportunity to hear directly. And I know, Supervisor Joya might tell the public to go read the attachments again, but if it's on the agenda, I think it would be respectful, right, to the public if you would also invite the other three like you would for hiring a committee, like when you vet the candidates. So that's one comment. And then the other comment is for Thorn Run partners. I guess you are the preferred choice. As the public, my tax goes to pay you. I want you to know that in your decision of advocating for our county, though I am a direct beneficiary of your work, I feel sometimes extremely selfish, especially when I drive on Highway 5, that my county is so good at grabbing everything that the other counties sometimes lack in resources, especially water. So I don't know how to feel. I just, wish that we don't have to live in such selfish, fight kind of society. That's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other callers.
Madam Chair, you may want to just say that your
I was gonna go
committee.
over what process is.
Your committee did do interviews.
This is a process that we follow for all of our RFPs, requests for proposals. A committee is formed to review them and make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. However, it is before the board. If anyone wished to address us and wanted us to consider another one of the applicants, we would do that. That is why we've listed all of them there. This is merely a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. We did interview all four entities and their partners and staff, and when it was all completed, that is why we are making this recommendation. This is nothing that is out of the ordinary. We do, the county follows this process all the time.
And in addition, anyone could have listened into your committee meeting.
Yes, it was
the
open.
committee meeting that had the detailed review, and those two board members did have a large review of all the applicants.
With that, we have no further public speakers. Will you vote, please? Now it's not letting us vote. All right, may I have a motion and a second? I see it moved by Burgess, seconded by Glover. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Has to
Any
be roll
opposed,
call,
say
I
no.
think. No.
Motion
Roll call.
carries.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on. Thank you, gentlemen. And we will now move on to item D2, which is a hearing on the fiscal year 2022-23 tentative annual report on service charges in County Service Area L100. There are several of these similar items on today's agenda. This will be presented by Ms. Rochelle Johnson of our Public Works Department, and I'm assuming that will be via Zoom.
She is on Zoom.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Brian Balbus, Public Works Director. Rochelle Johnson, I know, is on this Zoom call, and she should be. Oh, there's Rochelle. So she will be presenting on a number of items this morning, and she'll be starting with this one, item D2. Take it away, Michelle.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Before you today is a board order and resolution 2022-121, in which the board confirms the fiscal year 2022-2023 tentative annual report for County Service Area L100. And the board assesses the service charges in the report, but does not levy the charges. CSA L100 has no CPI. The service charges proposed are $14.94 per equivalent dwelling unit, which is deemed to be a single family residence. We ask that the board open the public hearing, receive and consider all public comments on the fiscal year 2022-2023 tentative annual report, close the public hearing, approve the estimated service charges, direct the Public Works Director or designee to present a final report to the board that conforms to the official assessment roll for fiscal year 2022-2023, and approve the remaining recommendations in the board order, including the adoption of resolution 2022/121.
Thank you. I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any public speakers on item D2?
If there are any callers on the line or Zoom participants who would like to speak on the County Service Area L100 report, please press #2 if you're on the phone or raise your hand in the Zoom app.
Si hay alguien en el público que quiere hacer comentarios sobre el informe anual tentativo del año fiscal 22-23 sobre los cargos en el área de servicio del condado, por favor presione el numeral y luego el 2 o levante la mano si se encuentra en Zoom.
There are no comments.
All right. May I have a motion, please?
And I will just note,
I'm sorry,
Michelle,
John, did you want to say
Just
something?
had a question. So if we wanted to include a CPI inflator in this, this would have to go back to the ballot, Brian, and it would take a 2/3 vote to do that?
Yes.
Rochelle, yeah, okay, Michelle,
Yes.
thank you. So it would take a 2/3 vote and it would have to go back to the ballot, correct?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Rochelle.
and I was just going to make a quick notation. Rochelle, even though you have in your background that you're a planning commissioner for City of Martinez, we are noting that you are actually here working for Public Works Department, which is your full-time day job.
Yes, it is. My apologies.
No, it's quite all right. I
thank
just
you for
thought someone
catching that.
watching at home might say, wait, why is the City of Martinez Planning Commissioner doing this? So we all know who you are and appreciate your work for the county as your day job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you, Supervisor Anderson. I was trying to get hold of Rochelle to alert her that her background should probably be modified. Thank you for highlighting that. And Rochelle will take care of that before she presents the next item, I'm sure.
All right. It has been moved by Supervisor Glover and seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote. And that passes, that motion included closing the public hearing. That motion passes 5-0. I'm looking ahead, and we have several of these, and they each take about 5 minutes, but I notice we have people in our audience, and if we do all of this, I think we're going to have them come back after lunch. So I would like to move item D9 and D10 and take those now, because, as I said, we have people in our audience, and I don't want them having to hang out just to hear us drone on about these very important hearings. So item D9, and thank you, Mr. Kopchik, for being so available. D9 is to consider authorizing initiation of a general plan amendment process to change the general plan land use designation from commercial to mixed use for a 6.1 acre portion of a 9.5 acre parcel located in Discovery Bay. You may recall this item was before us a few weeks ago, and there was a request to continue this so that there could be additional discussions. So, Mr. Kopchik?
Madam Chair, Will Nelson is on his way down for that item, so I think we could probably go to D10.
All right.
Because Daniel Barrios is remote and could do D10, if that's okay with you.
That would be fine.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, sir, but that's one of the benefits of Zoom is not everybody has to travel here. So let's go to item D10. And I'm going to open the public hearing to consider approving the Byron Airport Development Program, including options for including or excluding an 11.7 acre parcel. Actually, this is the one that we were talking about. There's been so many. So anyway, Mr. Nelson, are you with us?
No, it's...
I'm sorry. Who's presenting, Mr. Kopchik?
Mr. Barrios is presenting this one,
thank
and
you.
we're probably promoting him now.
He is being promoted to panelist.
And I can introduce it briefly if you'd like,
Please.
Madam Chair. This item has been continued, and Mr. Barrios and I spoke this morning. He does have a PowerPoint presentation, which the board hasn't seen yet. One option would be for him to do a very abbreviated version of going through that. The other would be to take about 10 minutes and go through the item. It's up to the...
Sorry. I usually...
So at your direction, Chair.
Colleagues,
If we haven't seen the PowerPoint, I'd like to see the PowerPoint, and I'm sure the public would too. It's probably very informative on this topic, and while we may be well-versed from reading staff reports, let's have the PowerPoint.
that's fine. Is it here in our packet, or I'm looking?
Yes, it should be one of the last attachments of the many attachments in the packet.
Byron Airport presentation.
And Mr. Barrios can screen share.
Thank
so take
you.
it away, Danny.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Give me one moment to share my screen here. All right. You should all be seeing the presentation here. Okay. Well, good morning, Chair Mitchoff and fellow supervisors. My name is Daniel Barrios, and I'm presenting the Byron Airport Development Program, consisting of county file numbers GP 120003, DP 143008, and RZ 213262. Staff has prepared this presentation for the benefit of the board. Byron Airport is located at 550 Eagle Court in the Byron community of southeastern Contra Costa County. The airport property consists of 1,427 acres, including 1,307 acres south of Armstrong Road and 120 acres north of Armstrong Road. The proposed Byron Airport Development Program, or the project site, excludes the 120 acres north of Armstrong Road for a total of approximately 1,307 acres being the project site. The property has a general plan land use designation of public and semi-public, PS, open space, OS, and a zone plan unit district, P1. The project site includes existing airport facilities and areas proposed for development, referred to as the development area. However, most of the project site is reserved for habitat management. Byron Airport has 2 non-intersecting runways, each with a parallel taxiway and several connector taxiways. General aviation facilities are generally concentrated in the west-facing V formed by the 2 runways and include aircraft surface storage, a runway apron, hangars, and office space. The majority of these facilities were constructed when the airport was built in the early 1990s. In terms of surrounding uses, Byron Hot Springs, a now abandoned resort and former World War II prisoner of war camp, is located north of the airport. Agricultural and rural residential uses border the east and west sides. To the south are agricultural lands and property owned by East Bay Regional Park District. And nearby communities include Byron, which is approximately 2.5 miles north, Discovery Bay, which is approximately 4 miles to the northeast, and Mountain House, which is approximately 4 miles to the southeast. Here's some background on the airport itself. The original Byron Airport Master Plan was adopted in 1986, and the airport was opened in 1994 for operations. The airport master plan was updated in 2005 and identifies a 20-year plan to support aviation activities at the airport. The master plan also identifies potential development opportunities on airport property to increase airport revenue and achieve economic self-sufficiency. In 2015, the county identified a suite of proposed land uses for development on airport property, building on the framework of the 2005 airport master plan. The uses included aviation reserve land uses, which would be directly associated with aircraft operations, such as hangar development, aircraft repair and maintenance, and aviation-related land uses, which would not be aeronautical uses, but would be compatible with ongoing aircraft operations, such as, or as we would call aviation-compatible uses. I'm sorry?
You're fine.
Apologize.
Oh, no problem. Examples of aviation-compatible uses include warehouse uses and light industry. The county's current general plan policies, zoning regulations, and airport land use compatibility plan policies specific to the airport would not accommodate many of the proposed land uses. Therefore, the county's Department of Conservation and Development and Public Works departments are working collaboratively to amend the general plan, zoning code, and ALUCP to enable on-site development in accordance with the proposed airport master plan, as well as the Byron Airport Plan Unit District. The project would provide for both aviation development and non-aviation, but airport-related development. As part of formulating this project, the county identified 4 objectives to guide this project as shown on your screen. First, develop airport facilities to support the types of development envisioned in the airport master plan and subsequent airport planning efforts. Second, achieve economic self-sufficiency of the airport through the development of airport-related land uses. Third, protect current and future airport operations from incompatible land uses. And fourth, provide a streamlined planning framework for future development consistent with the general plan and ALUCP. To meet these objectives, the project includes the following components. First, the general plan amendment. The existing general plan policies related to Byron Airport would be modified to accommodate the proposed project. General Plan 5-66 states, establishment of commercial, industrial, or residential development around the planned airport shall not be allowed. First of all, the airport's no longer planned, it exists. So this policy will be amended to specify that commercial or industrial development would be allowed on the existing airport property if it is consistent with the ALUCP and the airport master plan for Byron Airport. Additionally, policy 5-77 would be updated to reflect the new compatibility zone designations and the additional uses at the airport that may be found compatible under the ALUCP for Byron Airport. The full text of the general plan policy changes are in attachment G of the board order. Next would be the development plan modification. Currently, the Byron Airport P1 zoning and development plan only allow aviation-related uses, agriculture, and open space. The amended plan unit district and development plan will identify 4 separate development areas: aviation, airport-related, low-intensity use, and habitat management. These areas are further described in the board order attachment outlining the land uses. The most important change would be to the airport-related uses, which would allow non-residential development that is compatible with the ALUCP for Byron Airport. These uses would include light industry, warehousing and logistics, commercial, and low-intensity office. Third would be the airport land use compatibility plan update. Every county in California that contains an airport must prepare an airport land use plan, also known as the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, per the State Aeronautics Act. The purpose of the ALUCP is to minimize the public's exposure to excessive noise and safety hazards while providing for the orderly expansion of airports. ALUCPs achieve this by identifying land use types and intensities that are compatible with 4 key factors: safety, noise, airspace protection, and overflight. The ALUCP for Byron Airport is extremely outdated, resulting in a document that does not allow the type of development envisioned in the airport master plan, which would provide for the economic development and fiscal self-sufficiency of Byron Airport. The proposed ALUCP update for Byron Airport would revise the policies for the airport, consistent with current Caltrans California Airport Land Use Planning Handbook and the policy framework in effect at Buchanan Airport currently, while also including necessary updates to accommodate the proposed land uses being added as part of this project. The countywide policies in the ALUCP affecting Byron Airport would not change. Key changes, though, are described in the staff report by each category: safety, noise, airspace protection, and overflight. Staff will note that originally this was the full scope of the project. However, partway through the process, the future developer that was identified for this project proposed to include another parcel to be included. This parcel is an 11.7 acre parcel adjacent to the property, or the airport property that is, in the northeast corner along Armstrong Road. And it would have also required a general plan amendment and rezone to change its land use designation and zoning district to be included in the project. This parcel was analyzed as part of the EIR, but it is no longer recommended to be included in the project approval, which I will describe later in the presentation. This slide here shows the proposed land uses and the new ALUCP safety zones. Again, the aviation uses are generally located along the western side of the runway V shape, and the new proposed non-aviation uses, but airport related, are here on the eastern side of the V here in sort of that tan or orangish color along runway 12-30. All right. Staff determined that the project required preparation of an EIR, and in accordance with CEQA, distributed a notice of preparation on September 21st, 2017. The draft EIR was released for public review on July 1st, 2021, with a 60-day comment period ending on August 30th, 2021. The final EIR is included in the staff report for the board's consideration. The EIR identified potentially significant environmental impacts that would occur if the project was implemented, which were related to aesthetics, air quality, biology, cultural resources, geology/soil/minerals, greenhouse gases, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, noise, transportation and traffic, and utilities. As a result, the EIR also recommended mitigation measures that would reduce most, but not all, of the potentially significant impacts to less than significant levels. However, some impacts would remain significant and unavoidable. The project's CEQA findings contain a statement of overriding considerations for the significant and unavoidable impacts. All the impacts and mitigation measures are spelled out in the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, or MMRP, and all mitigation measures are also included in the conditions of approval. All right, a little more information on staff's review and analysis. One of the main themes of this project is economic development. Byron Airport currently operates at an annual net deficit. In order to develop economically beneficial uses on the airport property, development intensities would be increased to a level more consistent with current California Airport Land Use Planning Handbook guidance. In addition, by decoupling the noise and safety criteria, a greater range of industrial and commercial uses could be allowed at the airport. This approach would also create consistency with Buchanan Field, which does not use composite compatibility zones. The project would also help implement General Plan Goal 5-Q to encourage the development and operation of 2 general purpose public airports in the county by providing for the economic development and financial self-sufficiency of Byron Airport. Not only would increasing the economic viability of Byron Airport help it operate in a financially beneficial way to the county, but it would also help support the jobs housing balance in East Contra Costa County. According to General Plan Table 2-4, the projected jobs housing ratio for East County in 2020 was 0.45 jobs per resident. This low ratio results in a large population of East County residents commuting out of the county for work rather than commuting locally. This mass exodus from East County communities creates significant traffic along local roads and highways, among other negative impacts to the environment and quality of life. Providing new, higher quality jobs and economic opportunities for residents in East County would help make a dent in the jobs housing ratio, especially with the rapidly increasing population growth in East County. Another major theme of this project was transportation and traffic. This topic is discussed in detail in the draft EIR section 3.13 and in the final EIR as well. Significant and unavoidable impacts would occur as a result of traffic generated by operations of individual development projects under the scope of this program. The project's VMT is higher than the Bay Area VMT per employee, so it's considered a significant impact. As part of this, strategies and mitigation measures that can potentially achieve VMT reductions are provided in EIR section 3.13.5 and the MMRP. The project also has the potential to increase the volume of truck traffic on the roadway network to serve the warehousing and light industrial development. Although regional roadways such as Byron Highway and State Route 4 already safely handle significant volumes of truck traffic, the rural roads providing access to Byron Airport may not support the increase. As such, the EIR identified this as a potentially significant impact. Therefore, the county or a future developer would construct the street improvements along Armstrong Road, Byron Hot Springs Road, and Holy Road to reduce access impacts related to heavy truck traffic. Finally, due to the potential for proposed project to add traffic to Caltrans facilities within the traffic impact study area, the Caltrans Mountain House Parkway / I-205 westbound ramps and Mountain House Parkway / I-205 eastbound ramps were analyzed for queuing impacts. When comparing the future 2040 scenario with the addition of the proposed project, queuing is forecasted to increase for all vehicle movements at the westbound ramp. And finally, utilities. The proposed project's requirements would exceed existing water and wastewater infrastructure, which would have a potentially significant impact without mitigation. Mitigation for water service would be accomplished using one or more of the proposed options in the EIR, including on-site expansion of wells for extraction and treatment of additional groundwater, importation of treated water from Discovery Bay Community Services District, or importation and on-site treatment of additional water from Byron Bethany Irrigation District, as described in Mitigation Measure Utility-1. Connection to either the Discovery Bay CSD or Byron Bethany Irrigation District may also conflict with the county's urban limit line policy, so on-site expansion of groundwater systems would be the ideal method. The project site is not connected to public sewer services. Instead, the airport relies on an existing on-site septic system and a leach field for its sanitary service. Mitigation Measure Utility 2 requires implementation of a wastewater system per the recommendations of the infrastructure study prepared for this project, which studied several options for expansion of on-site sewer. The options include requiring each new use or development to provide its own wastewater disposal, in effect distributing wastewater treatment to smaller leach fields, or development of a centralized treatment through use of an on-site packaged wastewater treatment plant and establishment of collection pipelines. A third option is connection to an existing sewer system, either the Discovery Bay CSD, once again, or the Byron Sanitary District. Connection to either of these may also conflict with the county's urban limit line policy, so on-site expansion of septic systems and leach fields would be the ideal method. As development under the proposed project proceeds, each of the potential supplies considered, would require additional feasibility analysis to determine the actual potential for project implementation, and would require appropriate agreements such as will serve letters from the offsite suppliers before any development requiring potable water or sewer service could be permitted.
Mr. Barrio, I'm assuming your next slide is the alternate development scenario. Could you just briefly highlight that, please, as opposed?
Sure. Yeah, I was going to begin here with describing the 11.7 acre parcel, but I can jump ahead to the actual scenario if you would like.
It's just, I want the public to know that we did look at an alternate development scenario and, you know, why it wasn't selected.
Sure. So the environmental impact report did analyze the 11.7 acre parcel described here as if it were to be included in the project. So if the property were to be requested for inclusion in the future, it would not need to go through environmental review. The EIR also considered this outcome as alternative number 3, in which the 11.7 acre parcel is not acquired. Alternative 3 represents the project in its original form prior to the proposal of including this parcel in the project. In the situation, which is now becoming reality rather than an alternative, based aircraft and operations would increase consistent with the airport master plan, because aviation expansion would still occur on the 23.5 acres designated for aviation uses. The development footprint would be similar to the full proposed project, but the intensity would be reduced. The Florida area ratio, or FAR, of logistics, warehouse, and distribution facilities would be reduced to 0.25 from the 0.30 for the proposed project previously. Office and commercial development would be eliminated from the project scope, and the potential acreage for those uses would be used for logistics, warehouse, and distribution. This scenario would still achieve the 2 goals to develop airport facilities to support the types of development envisioned in the airport master plan and subsequent airport planning efforts, and to protect current and future airport operations from incompatible land uses. However, the analysis shows the change would not fully achieve the 2 goals to achieve economic self-sufficiency of the airport through the development of airport-related uses, or to provide a streamlined planning framework for development consistent with the general plan and ALUCP. And this is due to the reduced overall development potential. guess I was on the wrong side. So here's a table which shows the proposed land use breakdown with the alternative development scenario. As you'll see, the new total building square footage would be approximately 723,000 square feet, which is a reduction from the previous scenario of 941,000 square feet with the 11.7 acre parcel included. Let's see, did I miss anything? All right. So in conclusion, the record demonstrates that the Byron Airport Development Program warrants approval. The project would not threaten the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. It would improve the economic viability of Byron Airport, although not fully reach the goal. It would expand economic opportunity in East County, and most potentially significant impacts identified in the EIR can be mitigated to less than significant levels. Therefore, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt a motion to approve the Byron Airport Development Program through the recommendations listed in the staff report and currently shown on your screen, specifically to include Resolution 2022-179 and the alternate conditions of approval listed in Attachment E, which do not include the 11.7 acre parcel and its associated general plan amendment and rezone as part of the project. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
And Madam Chair, can I add?
I do want to make one comment. Madam Clerk, the PowerPoint presentation that was given is different than the one that's in the packet. So could you make sure that the one that was given is made part of the notes and the documentation?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kopchik.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mason.
Just as a note, could the final motion on this include approval of accepting a late staff item that came out after the agenda was posted? Thank you.
So, Mr.
Apologies for that. We were scrambling.
I understand. It's just because the board order has everything that was listed on the PowerPoint.
Right.
But if people are looking at the PowerPoint, there's only 3 staff recommendations instead of the 11 that are in the board order. So I just want to make the record real clear.
Yes, apologies. We modified the staff recommendation last Thursday and didn't catch it in the staff report in time, so apologies.
It's not a criticism.
No, I just want to clarify. When the board last continued this, it was because we heard from the owners of the 11.7 acre property that they wanted some more time and weren't sure whether they should be included. So a delegation of Public Works and DCD staff did meet with the property owners a couple weeks ago, including their attorney, Mr. Larson, who I spoke with yesterday. And Mr. Larson sent an email last Thursday, which is attached to the packet. And in that email, he indicates that at this time, the property owners would prefer to be left out. He also discussed some alternatives to that, but I spoke with Mr. Larson yesterday, and he is available to answer any questions if the board has any, but confirmed with him that we'd be recommending to leave the 11.7 acre parcel out. That's the suite of recommendations that Mr. Barrios just showed you. And if that parcel ever was to be brought back in, it would just require a new application, but as Mr. Barrios explained, the hard work of the California Environmental Quality Act would already be behind us.
So, Mr. Kopchik, I want to be real clear. So the board order still includes, and we have to take it out, or the board order is accurate as to what all of the parties' desires are?
The board order is accurate. We did provide you an alternate set of recommendations buried in case we heard a different thing today. But if you were to adopt the recommendations in the outlined in the staff recommendation portion, that would be correct. That would exclude the 11.7 acre action from your action.
Okay, Supervisor Joya.
It's a question. I'll wait till if Supervisor Burgess had questions first. I'll wait till after her comments. But yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that should they change their minds, we've done a lot of the work that would allow them to do that. However, that if the state or federal regulations change, then there could be some changes. But as we know right now, they could opt in eventually.
They could. I mean, there's a shelf life to environmental impact reports, so it would behoove the parties involved, and there's a private developer that's been discussing buying the land, and it would behoove those parties to try and act quickly, but it doesn't have to happen in the next few months. We would have some time for them to make use of that existing EIR.
Okay, and I'll make more comments after public comments.
Yeah, just a question, John. I think on the presentation, it showed conditions in attachment E. Attachment E are public comments. So where are the actual land use conditions?
Mr. Barrios might be able to answer, but I believe they're in attachment E.
Attachment E is public comments.
I can pull those up. Supervisor Joy, were you looking for the land uses specifically?
Yeah, here's the issue. We've been, as you know, read in our new general plan draft documents, as well as the policies we're putting in place, we are looking at zero emission, transition to zero emission for warehouses. I think this is a really good project, but I'd want to understand where the conditions are so we don't let a warehouse get ahead with no transition to zero emission and it's all diesel trucks, because that's one of the issues identified. So it wouldn't make any sense to leave that issue out. So I just want to, given that we're doing this.
I think you might be looking at D9 attachment E, Supervisor, if you scroll down to D10 attachment E.
Oh yeah, I looked at the wrong one, that's right.
We can also ask Mr. Barrios
yeah, I pulled up the
or
wrong.
Mr. Nelson if they have any.
So yeah, just address with me the issues on how we're dealing with the zero emission, right?
Sure.
I mean, E is the findings and conditions of approval, and then you have mitigation measures too, yes.
Right. So here, let me pull this up just quickly here.
I'm looking on page 11 of 34, measures to reduce operational air pollutant to the extent feasible.
Yeah, one moment. My computer's deciding to move really slow this morning. Could you say that page one more time?
Starting on air quality, starting on page 10, and then getting, which is more, and then page 11, it gets to, and then page 11, it does not seem to have the same, at least, policies that we're putting in the new general plan with regard to air quality and zero emission. I mean, unless I'm missing something. I mean, it says here, the facility I'm looking at F on 13. The facility operator shall purchase / lease or otherwise acquire zero emission vehicles, equipment, including light, heavy duty trucks, so forth, when commercially available. As the attrition of gasoline diesel equipment occurs, the property owner is encouraged to utilize funding, and it goes on. It doesn't say anything about new, so, because these are, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor Joya. As you know, and we've worked very closely to develop those those policies with the draft general plan, and these were happening in parallel. And as you're aware, even as recently as the 23rd of May, we were still fine-tuning those. So the EIR, which was written previously, doesn't include the latest and greatest that we've been working on with the general plan update. But because this is a county project on the airport that includes a lease agreement, we can include those sorts of requirements with that, irrespective of the conditions that are attached here.
Yeah, okay, I mean, that's the problem with, I mean, just, this is a, potentially a good major development at the Byron Airport, and letting it go down the road of not having the more up-to-date zero emission requirements, especially for new, I mean, because once a diesel truck comes in, it's there 15 to 20 years, and you've lost that opportunity, but it then has to come in under the state's transition, which is a bit slower. So, so because the time to get this equipment is for new equipment. So let me ask, if you put this in a lease, where can we sort of be really clear about policy that this is going to be in a lease rather than let's let this go? Because I'd like to just see how we can strengthen this.
Well, I
mean, you could obviously, I get, you could change these terms, but, it's before us today, I get it.
I think I don't want to speak out of turn. I may have to defer to council here, but the draft policy general plan language is pretty well sorted out now. And so I would think that we could, if it's the board's wish, that policy language be included in future lease agreements. I mean, once the general plan is adopted, it'll be adopted. So we're really talking about an 18-month gap here. So if it's the board's desire that in that 18-month gap, that sort of draft language is included in the lease agreements,
Yeah.
I would.
Because let's say if they come in now, I mean, these are the conditions for this project. Whatever's in the general plan, aren't they subject, if you didn't do anything in a lease, they would come in and be able to just be required to meet these provisions and not the newer, better conditions we've developed?
I think the county has the ability in its lease with the future.
No, I want to get to that question. Without a lease, if you just relied on this, whatever the general plan says, these are the conditions that would be applicable, not the new general plan conditions, correct?
Correct.
So the only way to hold them to it is in the lease provisions. So what can we do today to say lease provisions should be consistent with these new policies?
If I may add, so the end of subsection F of this condition that we're talking about, the last sentence here says the availability of zero emission equipment shall be determined in a joint effort between the airports division and the facility operator as part of an annual technology review. And this is actually continued in subsection G, which requires the facility operator to adhere to the findings of the annual technologies review.
Right. No, I get all that, and it's correct, but to the extent that the delivery trucks, let's say, are already commercially available, it still says when commercially available as the attrition of gasoline diesel equipment occurs. But isn't the whole idea when they first come in and they're buying their fleet that they're bringing in a certain % of zero emission and transitioning? So, because this does not require them, so that's a little ambiguous. It's as the attrition of gasoline diesel equipment occurs. That's not how we've structured it on the other things.
Yeah, I would, I guess, defer to council on that, just as Will would, in terms of implementing the new.
I mean, we've spent, hours, hundreds of hours dealing with these conditions and others. I mean, we've worked these through.
The challenge, Supervisor, though, is that this process has been going on for 5 to 8 years.
Yeah, right.
And so I think
the airport committee has been pushing and pushing.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that most of this was written before we even started the Envision Contra Costa process, and so.
And I'd like to say the technology that is kind of coming around to that area. I mean, we're having to put a lot more power into the airport because there's so much demand on the electric part of things. So I like that you're pushing for this, but I do think that it's going to naturally occur too, because these are the technologies that are trying to come in.
It will. It just won't happen as fast. That's the concern. And if they lock in 15-year diesel trucks, boom, you're not going to get them to change it. That's the only issue, is you're going to lock in 15 years of diesel trucks.
And Chair, I mean, Mr. Balbus could perhaps opine, but I don't think that the Public Works Department is close to contemplating a lease on the site.
Well, maybe
I mean, that may be something the board could revisit in the future, is whether you wanted to provide policy guidance to Public Works on the issuance of leases related to warehouses on
that's
county
a good
property.
idea. So that can
I
happen
think
in
that's the way to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
So, Mr. Balbus, will you put that on your to-do list, please?
Yes, I have been listening to that, and I would agree with that, and I appreciate the point by Supervisor Joya on that, and we would include that in future discussions about how we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any more questions? Okay, I'm going to go to public comment. The hearing has been open. So if there is anyone who wishes to address us on item D10, I see we have one caller. Do we have anyone in the audience?
We do. We have one comment in the boardroom as well.
Mr. Bennett.
Good evening, or good morning. My name is Pete Bennett. My conversation regarding airports is rather different. In my public comment card, I wrote the word fatal flights. Why? I know the FBI agent that investigated the Lockerbie bombing, TWA, 1993 World Trade Center bombing. I knew pilot Eric Nunn, who crashed, Peter Brenner that crashed, what's his name? The one that crashed in Santa Ana. The name just doesn't come right now. And I have a total of 7 fatal flights where I know at least one person on the plane, including the PG&E spotter killed in Butte County. And I am the PGEwitness.com that you should be afraid of, because the maps stolen from me are enough to kill 1 million people. Terrorism. The only thing that ever happens to me is I get pummeled. Fatal flights. I've been following them for years. What are the chances of me knowing the FBI agent in the TWA fatal flight? What are the chances of me knowing that? And on top of that, let's add in 8 police officers that I've known that have been killed. I'm the only one left alive, really, in many ways. You should look at safety and look at all the flight records and publish them. I don't know if they're available. I'm going to look them up. I've had many conversations with the NTSB about this, including the San Bruno explosion. I have at least 10 separate NTSB cases where I can connect myself to somebody in there.
Your public comment time has expired. Thank you.
That is really bad news.
Do we have any Zoom callers?
We have one caller.
All right.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So first of all, my compliments to Mr. Barrio. I find your presentation extremely detailed and very insightful until, of course, Supervisor Mitchoff cut you off. And I think we might have missed some important details because of that detour. But I want to commend you for your efforts. It wasn't unnoticed. Secondly, I want to comment on, I'm not sure why the airport committee, which originally was going to meet tomorrow, decided to cancel their meeting, and now there are several items that weren't even in supervisor's packets that are now being asked to be approved. So as a public, my instinct based on those observations tell me something is up and something is kind of suspicious and someone is trying to sneak for a quick supervisor approval, and I'm not sure quite what it is. Could it be affordable housing related? So I would recommend the supervisors to approve everything that the staff have recommended that were in the original packet. Anything that did not make the original packet, I ask the supervisors to please ask for those items to go on the next airport committee
30
meeting,
seconds.
be vetted in more details, and then be brought back for subsequent approval after the committee has vetted it. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
There are no more public comments.
I'm going to close the public hearing. The reason the airport committee meeting tomorrow was canceled is I have a funeral to attend, and Supervisor Burgess felt it was best to continue that. Nothing on that agenda is before us today. So with that, is there anything further from staff, or can we go to a motion?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, Daniel, I really do appreciate all the work that you've done, both and folks from Department of Conservation and Public Works. This is something we've been working on for a while. You know, I remember sitting down with the late Congresswoman Tauscher, and she was thrilled that we were working on this, and as has Congressman DeSaulnay and Randy Owasaki, former CCTA. People talk about the Byron Airport as this jewel that has not been fully utilized, and so this is this is progress on doing something that, as you said, Daniel, makes this airport one that will actually be making money. But the most exciting part is that it can be creating really good jobs. And so I just appreciate all the hard work. And so I would like to make a motion, all of the staff recommendations as well as the recommendation put forth by our county council.
And I would actually like to.
We've got our little thing up here, so we'll see if it works. Go ahead. Oh, great. Moved by Burgess.
And on the motion.
Seconded by Glover. Please vote.
Just a.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Supervisor Glover.
A couple of comments. I appreciate Diane bringing up former Secretary of State Tauscher. She was a supervisor at the time, and this dates back when I was over that district, and she really was pushing to get this airport off the ground, and it's just great to be here today, and I want to congratulate Diane for continuing to push this effort that we are looking forward to seeing the activity and the economic growth that's going to take place in the Byron Airport area, as well as the air travel that it will bring and another system to move people.
Well, and also to hopefully move that into the positive enterprise zone that it is instead of a negative enterprise zone.
Absolutely.
So, let us go ahead and vote, please. So that is approved 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Barrio. Thank you, Mr. Kopchak. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I know Mr. Kopchak and Mr. Nelson will be here for D9, and we will move to that item next, which is to consider authorizing initiation of a general plan amendment process to change the general plan land use designation from commercial to mixed use for a 6.1 acre portion of a 9.5 acre parcel located at the intersection of Discovery Bay Boulevard and Sandpoint Road in the Discovery Bay area. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Mitchoff and members of the board. I didn't prepare a formal PowerPoint for this.
That's just fine.
Daniel took all my time anyway. So these normally don't come to you as discussion items. These general plan authorizations, they are normally on your consent calendar. This one is unique in that the property in question in the heart of Discovery Bay was the subject of a lot line adjustment that drew quite a bit of public comment. And we made the decision to elevate this to a discussion item instead of a consent item because of the comments that had been received. Just to summarize in a nutshell, this is a property that has long been vacant. It's in the middle of town. I'm going to share just one of the attachments in your packet here. This is the aerial photograph of the property. It's outlined there in red. The Discovery Bay Shopping Center was part of the original Discovery Bay approvals back in the 1970s. As you can see, only about half of the property has ever been developed. There have been several proposals to develop this site, this vacant 6.1 acre site, with multifamily housing. One of those came in 2009 when the property owner, the Hoffman Company, proposed to add a community center and 80 to 100 multifamily units to this property. Ultimately, the community center was established across the street, which is where the Town of Discovery Bay offices also are. In 2017, this property, the Hoffman Company again came in with a proposal for up to 132 apartments on the site. Your board gave the general plan authorization for that as well. That project, actually, I attended a meeting at the Town of Discovery Bay CSD offices regarding that site where the Hoffman Company made a presentation in August of 2017 where they explained that they had done market research and that they felt that there was a demand for this type of housing in that area. Neither of those projects ever materialized. They were never pursued beyond the general plan authorization phase. We are working on the county general plan update, and as part of that, we have draft general plan maps that are available for public review that many people have seen, including yourselves, and the site is proposed as mixed use. I actually made a presentation to the CSD board in January of 2021 explaining these changes, and have a letter from the CSD board discussing things they'd like the county to look at, sort of your normal things that we always do: traffic, infrastructure capacity, school capacity, et cetera. So, the general plan update has moved forward with a presumption that this will be some sort of mixed-use designation. So then we come to this year, and this new project applicant, Anton Development Company, has proposed a 170 unit affordable project on the site, changing the site from commercial to mixed use in line with what was proposed with the Envision 2040 maps. The county's regional housing needs allocation is 7,610 units that we have to plan for over the next 8 years. The state law requires us to spread these out throughout our jurisdiction, not only the units themselves, but the various income categories. And so a project like this, in this location, where Discovery Bay, I was a planner for the Discovery Bay West project for about 12 years. I'm pretty familiar with the area. Most of the product type there is single-family residential. There aren't really that many multifamily units, certainly not in the affordable categories. And so this is a project that really, helps the county meet those requirements. An infill project, walkable to commercial use is walkable to a school, walkable to the town offices. And the affordable aspect of it, for this project, I believe it's a family of 4 with an income of up to $109,000 would qualify for this project. And so I think there are some misconceptions when we say affordable, what we're really talking about. But a single parent with with one child making nearly $80,000 would qualify for this sort of project. So that's really the sort of project that the applicant is proposing here. Just more quickly about the site, as you can see, bordered by the shopping center to the north, some attached single-family to the west, detached single-family homes to the south, and then the vacant Methodist church property and the town offices to the east. So we've received quite a few public comments. Most of them have to do with things like traffic issues. Will the county look at traffic issues on Discovery Bay Boulevard, on Highway 4, infrastructure capacity, sewer and water, of course, school capacity, fire and law enforcement services, and how much strain this might or might not put on those. This project would be covered by an environmental impact report, and I think, as Mr. Barrios demonstrated, we go into these topics pretty deeply in EIRs. So these are all things that the county would look at as part of the planning process that we think will take 12 to 15 months if you provide the authorization today. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up with that, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Supervisor Burgess.
Yeah, so I just want to, and I'll have more comments after public comment, but so this is a process, and like you said, this normally would go on consent. Can you talk about the outreach that you've done on this compared to other projects like this?
Sure. So normally these general plan authorizations have no outreach. We describe them, they're sort of, this preliminary step in the process is really meant to root out the absolute non-starters. So for example, several years ago we had one where an applicant was proposing a townhome project in the city of San Ramon's sphere of influence, and the city had pre-planned it as a park. So those are irreconcilable, right? I mean, a park versus actual development. So that one, the board did not authorize. But this is really an opportunity to, take the board's temperature on it, say, okay, the general plan amendment the general plan is proposed for amendment. Is this something that you'll even consider? And I think, as you know, we generally at least give people the opportunity to go through the process to demonstrate the merits of their project. So normally, Supervisor Burgess, there is no outreach. On this one, the county has, there was a public notification that went out with the lot line adjustment that I mentioned to property owners within 300 feet of the project site. So that is more than would normally happen. The county hasn't done any formal outreach beyond that, but I am, aware anecdotally, and then, people, quite a few people have emailed me and called. I'm aware that the word of this has spread, I think, quite widely in Discovery Bay.
So, you talked about a couple different things that people have brought to this property before. There was no change. Did they go this far to explore, or had it not even gotten to this point with those other projects?
One of them, they both got this far.
Okay.
One submitted the subsequent applications. So today, this is no sort of approval. This is just the board saying, basically, yes, this is something we would consider. You can move forward with your process. So subsequently, an applicant would submit the rest of the general plan amendment application, and then depending on the project type, whether they would need a development plan, and then whether it would need a subdivision based on the project type, whether it be a
So in other words, there has been this type of process with these other types of uses that were considered in the past.
Yes, this process has happened twice already.
And they weren't successful for other reasons.
Pursue the project for whatever reason.
I just want to remind people that, we are in a country with property rights, and people own property and they can pursue those things. It doesn't mean they're going to get it, but it does. We do have a process that allows that. I mean, is that a fair statement to make?
Yes, people are entitled to due process, I think is, accurate to say. And these planning processes are, as we know, can be quite long and involved.
Okay. And then when we talk about affordable housing, there's different levels of affordable housing. And so I'm not taking a position on this. I'm just kind of pointing out some of the things that, people are afraid of. And I'm just very aware of that. But when we talk about affordable housing, it would not necessarily be, it wouldn't be appropriate to put people that are really, really low income when there's barely a transportation infrastructure, there isn't services, there's all of that. So when we're talking about affordable housing out there, this is what, say, a teacher or somebody that works locally would be able to afford, which would allow people to not have to travel from further out onto the freeways, and all of that. I mean, this is, when we're talking about affordable housing, we're talking about people that probably live and work locally. Is that a fair enough assumption? And I know that's the right word.
Well, as you indicated, there are different levels of affordability. There are 4 levels that we look at when it comes to the housing allocation. And so the applicant here has indicated that residents earning up to 80% of the area median income would qualify to live here. So yes, I mean, it's not unreasonable to think that someone could work at Discovery Bay Middle School 1 block over and qualify to live in one of these apartments. The coming project at Byron Airport could be, a place where residents here might work. And as I indicated in the board order, Discovery Bay is actually somewhat central when you start looking farther east. It's not unreasonable to think that a firefighter working in Stockton or Tracy could live in Discovery Bay or Brentwood or Oakley. So yeah, I think what you said, Supervisor Burgess, is reasonable.
Okay. And then as a former city council member, I know that we want retail, and I imagine that, if we could have jobs there, we would entertain those things, but they have not come, and that lot has sat there for how many years?
Since it was graded back in the 70s.
Okay. So, but we don't have the power to say, hey, grocery store or whatever it is, you need to come build here. It's a market, and it's also the community, helping make that happen. Is that a fair enough statement?
Sure, and actually, I believe there may have been a gas station there at one point. There was a contaminated underground plume, and I think that's part of the reason that it took so long to do anything with it. That plume has, I think, been migrating off-site to the east, from what I understand. But I think what's very telling about it is that the owner of the shopping center is selling it because they don't see any demand to develop the shopping center further south. And so in addition to that, what do businesses love? People. And so the more people you bring, the more customers you have. And so as I indicated in my opening, Hoffman Company back in 2017 said they did a market study and that this was what they showed a demand for.
Okay, thank you. I'll make more comments after, but I just want to remind people this is a process, this is a due process that is put in to be fair. It is not, it's not, approving anything. It's not, changing anything. It's just giving people the opportunity to apply for this. So I will hand it back to you.
Thank you. I don't see any other supervisors with questions, so we will move to public comment. Mr. Kevin Graves, to be followed by Mr. Frank Vicentin. And since we have two podiums, I'd ask both of you to come up so that we can move through this. And then after Mr. Graves speaks and Mr. Vicentin, then it'll be Ms. Leanne Thomas and then Mr. Ken Ferranti. Good morning, Mr. Graves.
Good morning, Chair Mitchoff, Supervisor Burgess, Diane, it's good to see you. Board, it's good to see you. I'm before you again, but under a different capacity than I have been before. We are, as you are well aware, as a CSD, we do not have any land use authority, and we are very aware of that. That's your job. But we do have MAC responsibility. When the CSD was formed, we were given the responsibility of MAC responsibilities, hearing our public, bringing those concerns to you, and it's in that capacity that I'm here today. We had written a letter to Supervisor Burgess, and my presentation is just going to be simply reading that letter. I'm sorry?
It's been shared, and
I did share it with my colleagues, just so you know.
You've got 1.18 seconds left.
Give
1 minute and 18
seconds.
Oh, okay. So, well, if you have all, then I appreciate the fact that you all have looked at it, have read it, and understand the points that go along with that. And I appreciate it. And let me also acknowledge that we understand we're very early in the process. But if, as Mr. Nelson shared, the amount of public comment he's received is nothing compared to the amount of public comment we have received at our board meetings. And so I am here representing our constituents. I'm here to say that we understand we're very early in the process, that no decisions are being made, but we are being asked by the people that we represent and represent to you that we come to you as often as possible to express what those concerns are. And really the biggest concern that I would express to you is that there's very limited commercial space in Discovery Bay. On the board is 2,300 homes over in the Chikini project. It's going to need commercial support. By taking a project that is currently listed as commercial properties and converting it, leaves us very limited further land to build commercial support on that's already attached to an existing shopping center. So I think that that would be, other than traffic and all those things that we talked about before, I would just urge you, I saw that, I would just urge you to be available to us so that we can convey the concerns of our constituents. Thank you very much for your time.
And can I make a question or comment? You made a comment. I'm not sure if I want to be clear from staff whether it's entirely accurate. You said converting it from commercial to something else. My understanding, the land use change creates changes it from commercial to mixed use. Mixed use allows commercial, but gives property owners the right to do certain types of residential, and in many cases, that residential ends up paying for the commercial and helps support getting commercial. So you said change. So am I correct? It changes from commercial to mixed use?
You're right. You're correct, Supervisor Joya, that it's the change is commercial to mixed use, but the applicant has not proposed any
I understand
commercial
that.
uses.
I understand.
It just
and that will be later in the process as it goes through. So I want to be clear that this act doesn't take away the ability to do commercial.
All right. Mr. Vicentin, and if Ms. Leanne Thomas would come up to this podium. Thank you. Mr. Vicentin?
Okay, thank you for your time. According to Steve Eckert, founder of the Anton Development Company, the Anton Development Company strategically identifies prime locations in major centers of employment, technology, school districts, and transportation. Was Steve misled? Perhaps Steve should personally visit the Discovery Bay proposed site. Have county staff and all supervisors visited the Discovery Bay proposed site? How can county staff say it is easy walking distance to a shopping center? What is currently in Discovery Bay is not a shopping center, but a mismatch of ever-changing tenants and closed storefronts. There used to be a pharmacy like CVS and other retail shops. Perhaps county staff and Steve should question why businesses fail. It is a 2-mile walk from the proposed site along Highway 4 to Safeway and CVS, a real shopping center. How can county staff overlook the busiest intersection in Discovery Bay located at the corners of Discovery Bay Boulevard, Sandpoint Road, and Willow Lake Road? Have county supervisors been misled? Please do not authorize the GPA process. Please postpone any decision until the CEQA and NEPA study are completed. There used to be a fully functioning gas station at the corner of Discovery Bay Boulevard and Sandpoint Road. Were the underground tanks removed? Was the site cleaned up? The recent covering of the entire site with 2 to 3 feet of added compacted dirt after 50 years does not constitute site cleanup. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vicentin. And if Mr. Ferranti will come up to this podium, and Ms. Thomas.
Hi, good morning. I'm Leanne Thomas with Anton Devco. Just want to give a little bit of background about who we are and how we came across this site. Anton's been doing affordable housing and market rate apartments for the last 25 years throughout California. We have over 10,000 units and 2,000 more in the pipeline. We have 170 workforce housing units going up right now in Oakley. It's been a long time coming, and they're hard to finance through the state. With the changing guidelines through the tax credit program, Discovery Bay was outlined by the state as a high resource area. And finding 6 acres of vacant land for affordable housing is very difficult. And we found a seller who was willing to work with us. And looking at the general plan saying mixed use will allow housing, we thought this was a perfect fit. It does have a commuter location, so we thought a workforce housing would be appropriate. We listened to the sheriff's report last week, and he said there were 8 new cadets coming online. Well, do you think they can afford a house in Discovery Bay on a starting salary? So this type of housing would be for them, firefighters, policemen, teachers, but also have varying income levels for people who need housing, which we're short on. So we just want to do the first step here, say, hey, would you guys be on board for this? We're on board. It's kind of a long haul process, as Will mentioned, but we're ready to do it, and we just would like your support.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And if Mr. Morgan would come up to this podium, and Mr. Ferranti.
Yes, thank you for the time to let me speak. I'm a resident in Discovery Bay. Discovery Bay has several different areas. The area we're talking about is confined by water with one access in and out, and everybody's already heard addresses of concern, traffic injuries. My particular point on this is that particular area currently has an imbalance. Discovery Bay used to be primarily a weekend ownership and use, and now it's transposed to families. You have people starting a family, raising kids, and we have an imbalance of space. The homes are designed with no backyard, very little front yard. There's one park on the east end of Discovery Bay, which was the original. When they expanded Discovery Bay to the west, there was no open space or parks. So it would be a more balanced use if this lot was used for a park. I know that's not on the topic right now, but to add more families to a confined space without the balance of raising a family with parks and open space and walking and hiking, everybody has to drive out of that area. We are surrounded with a green belt of agriculture that we rely on the agricultural roads to get to the next town. And this would increase that imbalance. Discovery Bay has 2 large housing tracts starting. There is more space in the Discovery Bay region that would accommodate this project. So to that point, I think it'd be welcome in our area, but not in this confined area that already has an imbalance to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti.
Okay.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes, good morning, Chair and fellow
Supervisors.
Captain Morgan, please.
My name is Frank Morgan, known as Captain Morgan out in Discovery Bay. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm currently the interim fleet manager for the county, but I'm here on my own time to represent as a citizen of Discovery Bay. I enjoyed the comments earlier about electric vehicles, by the way. So anyway, my comments will focus on this. Staff said that they weed through the projects to eliminate no starters. Well, I can tell you, in Discovery Bay, a 3-story apartment building is a no starter, period. You can pack a gymnasium with 500 people out there in a day's notice if you told them that's what you were going to do. Now, the residents out there are all in favor of developing that lot and all in favor of some kind of mixed use or something like that. But to put it in perspective, I'm also a director on the HOA board for the Harbor Bay condominium complex known as the Blue Top Condos by the marina. There's 122 units in that development, and that's about 15 plus acres. What you're talking about here, and I know it's not what's on the table right now, but the plan to put in 170 units, over 300 parking spaces. In a third of the area, we have 122 units. That 300 and some parking spaces is more than the shopping center. And I would agree, it's really not a shopping center. It's a watering hole because of the the take it or leave it approach that the Hoffmans had for small business. One example, there were applicants that would apply to put in a pet shop. They turned them down. The answer is we don't want dog mess around the area. Literally, business after business, and I know specifically firsthand, that's what happened. They get turned down, turned down, turned down.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Obviously, I'm not in support of it. Thank you.
I would say Supervisor Anderson and I sit on the Association of Bay Area Governments. Local government does not have a lot of authority. I appreciate the comment. You could pack a gymnasium and it's a no-starter. It may be a no-starter for the community, but we won't have, should it get that far, we would not have a lot to be able to say, and that is one of the issues about local control that a lot of local jurisdictions are dealing with. All right, we do have a Zoom person and a caller.
Are there any callers on the line or any Zoom participants that would like to speak on the Discovery Bay Area General Plan Amendment process? Please press #2 if you're on the phone or raise your hand in the Zoom app.
Si hay personas del público que quieren hacer comentarios sobre la autorización del inicio de un proceso de modificación del plan general para cambiar la designación del uso de la tierra, por favor, llamen marcando el numeral 2 o levanten la mano en Zoom.
We have callers and a Zoom participant, and we'll take the callers first.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I would like Supervisor Mitchoff and Supervisor Burgess to please disclose if you are friends with the landowner of this particular parcel. Secondly, I literally live next to a product of Anton Development. And I can tell you, I have never met any teachers, firefighters who live in that property. But I can tell you, I know a ton of the people who live in that property who are marijuana smokers, who are public street cigarette hoggers. They will literally smoke on the pedestrian bike lane of the community that you are next to. And they are, the way that the development was done, the cars literally could double park, stacked behind each other. And so it's extremely difficult to live in that kind of product. So, I feel sorry if truly teachers and firefighters, our society makes you the prospect of these kind of living. My apologies. I should pay more taxes so you can live in better environment. And for the people who are currently living there and who just spoke before me, you're not going to get your way because there are government corruption. This is land grabbing, whether you like it or not. We're not going to stop it as public, but we can expose that their corruption does exist. And, especially the ones who are not coming back as supervisors, I really highly suspect that there are some internal workings between you and, those organizations. There's just a lot of things that are happening that I'm seeing right now that makes you really a very suspicious supervisor for approving all these projects. Thank you.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Hi, this is Tara Berman. I just wanted to comment the fact that the image that's presented of the location is extremely misrepresentative of what it is and where it is and what a development that's 3 stories would look like right there. We have our parades there. We have the community center where we have our summer jams. We live in the park. Like, there's so many things we do in Discovery Bay that are centralized in that area. You throw a 3-story building there with high density housing, the cars are just going to be insane. The parking is going to get even worse than it already is. The traffic, it's just a monumental compounding issue. And the affordability isn't a factor for us. We don't care if there's low income housing. We support it. It's where you guys are trying to put it. So look somewhere else outside of the smack dab middle of our town, and we'll be all for it. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that, if Hoffman wants to sell this property or have something done with it, why aren't they actually putting it out there for the public to be aware of? We as a town can come together and figure out something to do with it and take that property off their hands if they give us the opportunity and they work with us like they should have done. Being a philanthropic family, I feel like they need to take that into consideration and give us opportunity versus handing it over to these Anton developers, which I don't think anybody has very nice things to say about. So you guys can come see the property, see the location, and really vet it out and make sure you're supporting something that makes sense just in general, because Discovery Bay is special and we really need to keep it that way. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tara. I'm promoting you to panelist. Please accept the invitation and unmute yourself.
I think she was.
That was Tara.
She zoomed, but then she introduced herself as Tara Bauman, I thought. So
We can move her back to attendees. She must have zoomed and called in. There are no more public comments.
all right. Supervisor Burgess.
Okay, so let's see. Mr. Vicente asked that we please defer the decision until CEQA is done. That is what's being proposed today, correct? That we would not be, there's no decisions being made. This is allowing them to do CEQA.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to say I'm skeptical that this could go forward. I'm just going to say that just because I know people are upset. I know people have different things about it, but I'm skeptical that it'll even be able to go through. However, I do believe in the process, and that's my job, is to make it fair to everybody, and that's really what this is all about. So do we know what other commercial land is available in Discovery Bay? Is there?
There's another site. It's at the intersection of Discovery Bay Boulevard and Highway 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's vacant. It has a commercial designation. There's this site. The Cicchini project was brought up, and that one was brought to your board a few years ago when they applied for their general plan amendment authorization, which was given. That project includes about 500,000 square feet proposal for commercial industrial space, sort of flexible space. So if that were to move forward, then there would be a large amount of non-residential commercial industrial space there.
Okay. They talked about parks, and I know that in a more recent development, we had them include trails and parkland. Would this kind of project also have those kind of requirements that we could put on that?
I think you're talking about Pantages.
And those were single-family homes and all of that, I know that. But I
Yeah,
mean, in this
on a-
type of a development, could we put some of those things in there?
I mean, it's a much smaller, it's an infill site, and so there would be amenities for the residents. It's a bit of apples to oranges because Pantages is a couple hundred acres. I forget exactly what
The water and all that, yeah.
on the water and everything, and that one went through 3 different approvals where it was changed significantly,
Right.
and finally got the trail. Well, it had the trail originally, but the latest iteration has that trail around the lake. It is private property, so I don't think the county could say, well, you have to have a publicly available amenity on your private property, but they would pay impact fees for parks.
Okay. And then this idea that it's a 3-story building, possibly. I know in my own experience, whenever I've had those kind of projects come, I've always had fire be involved in all of that. And but beyond all of that, and this is basically, I think John says this to me all the time, this is asking for a fishing license. This isn't asking to, go do something. This is asking just to be able to explore the idea. Would a 3-story building be considered in that area?
Well, it would be considered if the application is going through the process,
Okay.
right? That's inherently it's being considered. But as far, I think, if a building of that height is unprecedented, there are no buildings I'm aware of that tall in the area, but the height limit's 50 feet right now. When Discovery Bay was approved back in the 70s, this portion of Discovery Bay, the approval used 3 zoning districts as guides, and for the commercial area is the retail business zoning district, which has a 50-foot height limit. For single family, it was the R6 district, which has a 35-foot height limit, and for multifamily, it was the M4 district, which actually no longer exists, and it was a 30-foot height limit. A 3-story building, it depends on the architecture, right? If you have a flat roof, if you have gables, but around 30 feet, a 3-story building, of this type, 30, 35 feet is pretty reasonable, whereas I mentioned the existing height limit. If someone wanted to build, if the Hoffman Company wanted to come in and do a commercial project, they could go up to 50 feet.
Yeah, I know that there's some other properties in unincorporated East Contra Costa that have that in their considerations, and I've just made them very clear that until our fire services have the equipment and the proper coverage, that would be probably not something that we would want to consider. So I'm acknowledging some of the things that people have said so that they, 1, know that I've heard them, and 2, these are all things that people are exploring, and it's not necessarily what they will actually pursue in an application. And is there anything that you want to comment from the public comments?
Well, just I think to reiterate that we consult with agencies like the fire district several times throughout a process like this. So when an application is submitted, so if the board were to authorize this today, then the applicant would move on with their development applications. The first step, we send those applications out to, we would send them to the CSD because they're the water and sewer provider. We would send them to the school district, send it to the fire district, amongst others, and we receive comments. And then when we start the environmental impact report, it's called the notice of preparation. It's a document we send out, and those same agencies will receive it saying, hey, we're going to do an EIR. Is there anything specifically you'd like us to analyze? And then the EIR itself, the California Environmental Quality Act, requires us to look at all of those things, plus traffic and many other topics. And so we'll write the EIR, and then there's a public review period, and those agencies get another opportunity. And then, of course, if it got to this point, you'd have the approval process, the Planning Commission, and your board. So by my count, there's 4 or 5 opportunities for all of those agencies to weigh in.
Okay. And I will just say that I've spoke with Mr. Kopchak, and we're going to make sure that notifications get sent to the town manager and the CSD, and is also sent out to other agencies, and maybe we'll create a mail list for that, just to make sure that if folks want to be updated if this goes forward, they would be able to know it immediately. Is that something we can do?
Yes, Supervisor Burgess, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. So I think I've made it clear that this is just a process. I am not endorsing a project, but I will also say that I've had a lot of people in the community say, how do we build affordable housing? And part of that is having the land that somebody's willing to consider. It's having a builder. And so we have to consider this. It's not something that's going forward. It's just us considering it. So I will make the motion to authorize the initiation of the general plan amendment process to change the general plan land use designation from commercial to mixed use for the 6.1 acre portion of a 9.5 acre parcel located at the intersection of Discovery Bay Boulevard and Sandpoint Road in Discovery Bay. And I think that covers all of it. Is that okay? Thank you.
Can you second?
He did.
Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. We'll move on to item D11, and then we'll take our lunch break, because what we'll come back to are all those hearings and our fire board meetings. So item D11 is to consider adopting ordinance number 2022-23, an emergency ordinance prohibiting unpermitted commercial temporary events, establishing new enforcement mechanisms and related provisions. Mr. Kopchak is going to give this report, and I want to thank him and his staff for moving so expeditiously so that we have this in place as our summer season begins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kick this item off, and then I'll hand it over to the team of folks here that can help answer some questions. So we've been working on ag policy issues in East Contra Costa County for a long time, and we brought the board considered a series of actions to approve recommendations on reforming ag policy just before the pandemic in 2020. And so we've been working with the District 3 office since that time, and Supervisor Burgess has asked that we prioritize one of those issues, which is quality of life issues and just the conflicts happening with loud parties and things in that area. So we've been working on that issue for a long time. We brought in, the board approved some fine increases to raise our fines for violations of temp event ordinances to the state maximum in April. Those just took effect 10 days ago. But we've been working on a permanent changes to our ordinance code to strengthen the temp event ordinance. But with the rash of parties really increasing in the month of May, we've been working with our colleagues in the County Council's office and bringing it forward to you as an urgency ordinance so that it could take effect immediately with while we work through the permanent ordinance, which would have to go through the Planning Commission to the board and then take 30 days. So what we're going to talk to you about today is an urgency ordinance that would take effect immediately. And for a little context, I will hand it off first to Deputy Director Jason Crapo, who will talk about our code enforcement actions, and then he will hand it off to Francisco Avila, who's the staff person who manages our temp event ordinance. We're out of chairs, but I'm also really happy that Captain Brooks is available here, and I'll give him my chair. He's also happy to answer questions because the two departments have been partnering well on this issue. Jason.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jason Crapo, Department of Conservation and Development. Our department is very much aware of these large unpermitted events that have been happening throughout the county. We've seen a big increase in them over the last year, and we're very much aware of the negative impact that they're having on the community. So we're here to recommend that your board adopt this proposed urgency ordinance today, but I did want to give you a little bit of an update on how we have been responding to these events so far. These large unpermitted parties and similar events, they typically occur, as you might imagine, at night and on the weekends, which is outside of the normal working hours of our code enforcement staff. So our enforcement strategy has involved partnering with the sheriff's office and intervening at multiple points before, during, and after these events take place to deter them and to penalize the organizers and property owners who hold these events. Our first objective is to prevent these events from happening. And our code enforcement staff are out in the community looking for signs of upcoming events, particularly right before the weekend when these events are typically being set up. On a number of occasions, we've been fortunate to receive information from the community prior to these events when neighbors have observed tents or portable toilets being set up on a property. And that information is very useful to us, and we welcome it. And when we get that kind of information, we go out to the property and we discourage the event organizers from proceeding with the event. And in some instances, we've been successful in stopping events before they happen. When these unpermitted events do occur, we make every effort to respond to the event when it is happening. And we've been partnering with our colleagues in the sheriff's office who are often in a better position to respond while these events are taking place. The sheriff's staff have been great partners with us, and I should say that's not only the case with these unpermitted events, but we partner with the sheriff's office on many different types of code enforcement issues. The deputies who respond issue citations, or they will document the incident in a report and then give that report to our staff who can follow up. And that leads to our response after these events, which is to pursue a fine against the property owner. We have modified our typical enforcement process with these unpermitted events to take enforcement action faster than we typically do. Normally, for violations of the building or zoning code, we first give the property owner a warning notice indicating the code violation and providing a period of time to correct the violation. However, with these large unpermitted events, we are not giving warning notices, and instead we are going straight to a notice of fine once we establish the violation. And we're now using increased fine amounts that were approved by your board in April and became effective in May. There is a particular property in Knightson where multiple unpermitted events have occurred recently that I believe was the source of calls you received under public comment at recent board meetings. We've served 3 fines on that property since your last board meeting, and to our knowledge, there have been no parties there the last 2 weekends. I also wanted to update you on the status of staffing in our code enforcement program. And I'm pleased to report that we've recently hired 2 new inspectors in our code enforcement group, and we expect to hire a 3rd inspector next month. With the addition of these 3 new employees, our code enforcement program will be back to what has been our normal staffing level in recent years. So with that update on how we've been responding, I will now turn it over to Francisco to talk about the work we've been doing to modify and strengthen our temporary events ordinance and why we are recommending the proposed urgency ordinance at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Chair, members of the board. The urgency ordinance does several things. One, it clarifies what an event is. This is important because many of these parties occurs on vacant land. So it identifies an event that occurs on vacant land as an official activity that may need to go through the process. It also identifies who is a responsible party. Prior to this urgency ordinance being considered, all of our efforts were aimed at the property owner. However, many of these events are held by another type of organizer. So we needed to identify a responsible party that may be an organizer and or the property owner. The urgency ordinance also reiterates that commercial events need to go through the process because these commercial events often are widely publicized. They have large number of attendees, and they are not, they don't have traffic control, porta potties, things of that nature. The urgency ordinance reiterates that the noise standards in the current temp event ordinance is applicable. They are applicable. One other very, very important thing that it does is that it allows the sheriff to enforce the urgency ordinance. While staff is working on the amendments to the current temp event ordinance, it is a critical piece of this so that when, as Jason mentioned, our current code enforcement officers, have typical hours, the sheriffs could supplement those efforts during the hours that, we're not working. So it is urgent. It's a critical piece of addressing these type of issues, and staff is recommending that the board adopt this urgency ordinance. And if our colleague has any comments to say.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree with everything that they've said. We do work in partnership together, and in the last few weeks, things have been successful as far as curbing some of the behavior. It is important to note, though, that the Sheriff's Office did make a request for this to be a misdemeanor versus a fine-based approach in order for us to actually enforce this after hours, for our deputies to do that. In order for our folks to go out and do a notice of fine, they would have to have the knowledge of that. So for the deputies showing up, they wouldn't know if it's permitted or not in the evening. But what we have done in a workaround is to have our deputies go out, document it, and they are following up with fines. So it seems like it has been working the last few weeks, but we did make the request for it to be a misdemeanor.
Well, and I think having law enforcement show up is a very strong deterrent, even if you had to do the workaround in that regard. Let's see, I have Supervisor Burgess.
You're busy out in East County, aren't we?
Pardon me?
We're busy in East County, aren't we? First of all, I want to thank you all for working on this. We've been communicating about this for years, and this isn't a new problem. It's just one that seems to be getting worse. So I have a few questions. Is it Lieutenant Brooks still, or it's Captain?
No, it's Captain Brooks.
Captain Brooks.
Double bars.
I still need to learn how to read all that. So one of the biggest challenges that we've had is that folks want to complain, but they don't want their name to be on the complaint.
Correct.
And so the challenge has been that, you want to do the work, but in order to have a little bit more muscle, you have to have someone that's willing to step up and complain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I am in support of making it a misdemeanor. And so if there's something that we can do to do that, I would be supportive of that. But there are also restrictions related to state law. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you cover the restrictions?
So what we need for the misdemeanor to be enforceable for us would be the people of the state would have to be the victim for us to be able to go and observe it and then contact the homeowners, and if need be, we could effect an arrest if it's a people of the state. If it's another person calling, our peace can't be disturbed when we go. Somebody has to call us, and then somebody would have to place the people under the current circumstances would have to place them under citizen's arrest.
So that's, every time we've had these discussions, that seems to have been the biggest challenge, is that we don't have anybody that's willing to, make that complaint. And so I really appreciate the people that are calling in and all of that, but it's, we need your help on this. So I appreciate the folks that are helping bring this Is there any other comments on the state law restrictions?
Yeah, I think what Captain Brooks was referring to is if they were going to use the disturbing the peace existing state statute to cite people, they, concerned that there be someone complaining on the record in order to establish the misdemeanor. If we were to have written this ordinance as a misdemeanor, the amount of the penalties would have been reduced by 70, well, the maximum penalty instead of $2,500 would have been $1,000. So there's a trade-off there. So what we brought forward to you now is the sheriff, and the ordinance makes clear, still has the ability to use the misdemeanor powers under state law, notwithstanding the challenges of having someone complain on the record so that they can make the disturbing the peace findings. But we have the maximum fine amounts that are allowed when we don't have it as a misdemeanor. So I think there's a trade-off, and the reason that we in DCD recommended this approach is so that we would have the maximum fines available in order to do that.
And that is the maximum as far as the state allowing us,
We've
correct?
gone as high as the state. I mean, if we're seeing that it's not working, an option would be, this urgency ordinance will last for 45 days. We could revisit the issue of whether to go fines or misdemeanors in 45 days and decide, okay, we'll lower the fines, but increase the ability to do misdemeanors.
Right.
So the board would have that prerogative.
And then, we were talking about the noise ordinance, we were talking about, this has all been one thing because we're trying to find what tools we can use to maximize the consequences. So I just want to clarify with folks, when we were talking about the noise ordinance, we weren't specifically talking about a noise. We were talking about how to tackle this. So I also want to kind of go into enforcement. So in unincorporated Contra Costa, we have law enforcement, which is the sheriff's department. We have traffic control, which is the CHP. And then we have code enforcement, which is going out and looking at whether people are using their properties properly. I mean, is there a better description of what code enforcement does?
Enforce the zoning and building code.
Okay, thank you. But then we also have other things like health, we've got fire, we've got all these other tools. And so, as we go forward and the annexation changes, I will be working with our fire district to also create some consequences on that as well. This is also seems to be a situation, Captain Brooks, where we have people that are using loopholes or being kind of stealth or, all of these things. So it's one of those situations where it's not easy for us to say, oh, that's happening, because people will say the right thing to get out from underneath it. Am I correct? Yeah. So are there any examples that you want to kind of put out?
Well, we've had, several times where our deputies responded out where it's a family birthday. There's several different types of excuses. I think the commercial event aspect of it is definitely, we've had huge parties. We had rodeos out there that were unpermitted in the past. So that's a challenge that we have to overcome. I know this weekend we responded to one call, and it was a family party. They did turn the music
right.
on. So
yeah.
Those are easier. But,
I've even heard of people having paid events, but having someone that then says, it's my birthday, and then they do some sort of thing to look like it's a birthday just to try to get underneath it.
Supervisor Burgess,
yeah.
That is tricky, right? I mean,
right.
any type of, when you try and we don't want a set of rules that prohibit people from having big birthday parties, right? But commercial events posing as birthday parties is the nut we're trying to crack. This urgency ordinance does have a few provisions that attempt to do that. For instance, it makes some statements about the definition of a commercial event, because commercial events are treated differently. If it's advertised, whether someone says it's a birthday or not, it's going to be treated as a commercial event. If people have to pay for parking, it's going to be treated as a commercial event. If there's any kind of payments happening, those are sometimes hard to see, it needs to be treated as a commercial event. Likewise, this ordinance reduces the standard for an event on a vacant lot from 150 to 75. And currently on a vacant lot, if you had less than 150 people, it's not even an event, let alone a commercial event. This sets it at 75, which is the same level as in any property with a residence. And further, it establishes a performance standard which is already exists throughout the unincorporated area in single family, which is the noise table, which is in the staff report, which basically after 10 p.m., the noise limit at the average over 30 minutes is 60 decibels, which is really quiet. And that would apply, so this is again the loophole closing, that would apply whether it's a commercial event or any event on a vacant lot or anywhere. So we are hopeful that, I don't want to overpromise that our new techniques and our ongoing partnership with the sheriff or that this urgency ordinance are going to solve the problem, but we've really studied it and tried to figure out what loopholes we could close without having unintended consequences and close them.
I just want to acknowledge our folks that are coming out on the weekends, on their time off, and making sure that they're being attentive and responding to people. And again, I'm going to stress that if you have a complaint and you're willing to put your name behind it, that gives our deputies a lot more to work with.
Okay, Supervisor Joya.
Yep. So Diane, lest you think this is only an issue in your area, actually this ordinance started, as John will remember, because a very wealthy, popular, well-connected rock promoter who worked for Bill Graham bought a beautiful house in Kensington with a 300-seat amphitheater, and he proceeded to install the best sound system you can install. He did build Shoreline Amphitheater, so he knows something about this, and then would invite Jackson Brown and Joan Baez and James Taylor and a bunch of people to concerts there and then raise money for causes. So you can imagine how people in a very dense part of the Berkeley Hills reacted to that. And he also got, at the time, the president of the California State Senate, who was Senator Don Parada at the time, to carry a bill to preempt us on this issue. And then he later sued us, and I got part of the ordinance, I think, overturned. So yeah, this has been a long road, and I know staff has spent a lot of time on this type of ordinance. So my basic question, so I understand, and I know things are different around the county, how will this ordinance impact that particular facility, just so I understand? I'm conscious of also awareness that he doesn't sue and try to overturn things, because he successfully did that 15, 20 years ago.
It won't affect that facility.
Because
this, the changes we're talking about are really about commercial activities, and it's about vacant lots, and it's about, frankly, emulating what, you're right, when the ordinance was written, there were, as a resolution of the lawsuit, there were performance measures put in that would allow those kind of events at the property you're referring to continue forward. So those performance standards are that it meets the noise levels that I referred to at 10 a.m., or excuse me, after 10 p.m., all throughout the time period. This ordinance, a loophole that we're trying to get rid of through this ordinance is to extend those performance standards, which at present basically apply to the facility you're talking about and other similar ones, kind of residential, throughout the county. So it's really replicating some of those performance standards more broadly.
So, but in terms of, but that facility is covered by the temporary events ordinance.
It's provided, that facility is not addressed specifically, but there are provisions in the ordinance about if a residential property is less than 40,000 square feet, these are the rules. If it's more than 40,000 square feet, these are the rules. None of that is changed by this urgency ordinance. Basically that ordinance exempted the type, up to 4 events of the kind you're mentioning at facilities like that, as long as they met the performance standards. And so we've just taken the performance standards and had them apply more broadly.
So what, and then the other question, and so it sounds like it doesn't apply, but since Kensington is covered by Kensington Police, and not by the Sheriff's Department. And the enforcement here specifically talks about enforcement by code enforcement as well as sheriff. But wouldn't, to the extent there are issues under our ordinance as to facilities in Kensington, how do we ensure that Kensington Police is enforcing it? What's the requirement, the linkage there? Because the sheriff does not have any authority in where there's a special district like Kensington.
As it's written, the Kensington Police would not be able to enforce the ordinance. It would be a question whether we could even draft it that way. I will say, and we've had meetings with Captain Brooks and his colleagues, the intention really, one intention of making adding the sheriff's office is as kind of a,
which is good.
We need it. Yeah. I mean, I don't think, as a practical matter, I don't think Captain Brooks would disagree that in reality we think our department's probably the right department to issue the fines, because the fines depend on how many have been issued before and whether it was to the property owner or to the promoter, and that's something we can keep track of. But
so code enforcement is still responsible. I get that.
Yes.
So because this is the same ordinance, right? I just want to respond to any questions I may get from Kensington, because they may say, well, now your ordinance says that the sheriff enforces it. So should you make some provision there? Because you say in the unincorporated areas it's the sheriff, but it's not the sheriff in Kensington. So how do we get that clear in the language? Or because I mean, one is you may have residents wanting one or two things. Several things can happen. You may have residents saying, "Well, wait a second. Kensington Police is not enforcing it. Sheriff, you should come in and enforce it. That's what your ordinance says." Because there will be some people who will complain about an event, or others saying. Who say, well, what's the Kensington, what's the Sheriff's Department doing coming in, and we know how sensitive issues are in Kensington. What's the Sheriff's Department doing coming in enforcing in our area they're not supposed to? So I just want to fend that off before it becomes an issue.
Yeah, Captain Brooks points out that the Sheriff's Office would not have jurisdiction there.
Right.
The Kensington Police would do what they normally do, which is to report events to us. And so they would continue, they would work with us the same way the Sheriff's Office works with us, which is to say, hey, there was this event, here's what we observed, hand it off to Jason's code enforcement team, who would then take enforcement action.
They could choose to enforce the ordinance if they desired. Is that correct? Could their police department choose to enforce it?
Kensington?
Yeah.
Not if it doesn't give them the authority in the ordinance. It specifically says the sheriff's office. I would think it would have to say any other agencies.
Can I suggest that, John, you work with
well, the reason this is relevant is
on the permanent ordinance.
No, right, but would that be an issue then in the permanent ordinance we would address as opposed to the urgency ordinance?
It's certainly something we should, evaluate.
I just think we need to address it, because this ordinance member is countywide.
No, I understand, John, but we have 6 public
part of the
speakers,
county.
and I'm trying to move the meeting along, and
All right.
it's an issue.
Just like Diane's trying to avoid a problem in her area, I want to avoid a problem in my area. I think I'm just trying to. So but if we can deal with it in the underlying ordinance, that's fine, and we should talk about that and maybe have some discussions, because there may be opportunities for enforcement there. If it doesn't need to be in this urgency ordinance, that's fine. Right?
Okay, let's go to public comment, please.
If there are any callers on the line or Zoom participants that would like to speak on the urgency ordinance prohibiting unpermitted commercial temporary events, please press #2 if you're on the phone, or raise your hand in the Zoom app.
Si hay alguien que quiera participar en la discusión de la adopción de la ordenanza número 2022-23, la ordenanza de urgencia que prohíbe los eventos comerciales temporales no permitidos, por favor, presione el numeral 2 para llamar por teléfono o levante la mano por Zoom.
We'll take the callers first. They've been waiting longest.
Yes, we have callers and Zoom participants and one in-person comment. We will take the callers first.
Or Zoom, just people, if you want to do Zoom first and the rest are callers, however.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Good morning, Chair Mitchoff and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity and the urgency with which you are addressing this topic. My name is Susanna Thompson, and I am a 30-year resident of unincorporated Contra Costa County. Like many of my neighbors, I am aware of and impacted by the rapidly increasing number of unpermitted commercial events being held on private property. From noise to drunk drivers to blocked roads to increasing crime, these events have had a significant negative impact on everyone's safety and quality of life. Our community has had a regular dialogue with Supervisor Burgess and her staff about this issue, and we appreciate her support in championing this cause. I am also the co-owner of an electrical contracting company. I believe in building codes and fire fire marshals' occupancy limits. As Larry Tolson, longtime code enforcement officer for East County, once told me, code enforcement is really about public safety. I agree with that sentiment, and I'll ask you to remember that when you vote. This is a public safety issue. We have only to look back at the history of the Station nightclub fire or the more recent Ghost Ship warehouse fire to see the consequences of public events held at unsafe and inappropriate venues. When I see, and I have, events with several hundred attendees in rural Contra Costa in large agricultural wooden buildings decorated with cloth banners draped through the rafters and heated with open flame sources, or huge parties in open fields at the ends of long dirt roads with unprotected wires powering lights and sound systems running through tall grass, I think one spark and this could be a tragedy. Again, I thank you for the urgency with which you are addressing this topic, and I ask that you vote in favor of Ordinance 2022-3. Thank you very much.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
That's great. My name is Fred. I live on Briones Valley Road in unincorporated Brentwood, and I would ask you to vote for Ordinance 2022-23. There are currently 4 properties located on Briones Valley Road that are holding these large outdoor parties, 100 to 300 people per event. These parties are loud with amplified music, sometimes live bands, porta potties, temporary tents, stages, speakers. They occur about every 2 to 3 weeks out here and can run until 3 and 4 in the morning. The road's 3 miles long, 2 miles of it is unpaved. There's only one way in and out. Traffic's terrible all day before, during, and after these parties. There's trash, mostly beer cans, all along our road where they throw out before hitting the main roads. I'm concerned for safety from fire or other emergencies. There are no way out to get that amount of vehicles out in a timely fashion. These property owners are renting their properties for these events. Most of the times they don't live on these properties. And my family's fearful there will be a tragic accident just waiting to happen. And I want to thank you for putting this ordinance on the agenda, and I ask you to vote yes for it. Thank you.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Thank you, supervisors. Thank you, Conservation Development, Sheriff Department, for your work on this long-awaited ordinance. As a resident of Knightson, I have discussed this with a few of our community members, and we do have some concerns, even with this ordinance, that there are loopholes. Out here in Knightson, we do have several properties that are not only doing commercial events, but they rent their venues out to people for private events. So when the sheriff rolls up and they say it's a quinceañera, it's a birthday party, it's a wedding, that's a private event. It's a private event that is just as large as the commercial events. Those go on very often out here as well. So if this ordinance is kind of written and directed at commercial events, unless I'm misunderstanding that, then we have a loophole and we have a problem that we're still going to have the private large events going on. Also, if the noise ordinance that's addressed, that's connected to this, if it's not applicable until after 10 o'clock, these events start at 1 and 2 in the afternoon and go on, up until 10 after 10 o'clock at night. So I just was curious about how that's going to be addressed as far as the private parties that are just as large, and property owners themselves, like my neighbor, who, because he's the person in the family that has the largest piece of property, it's like every family event, huge event, is held at his property, and it, again, is a private family matter, but they set up stages and jumpy houses and have 300 people there. So, yeah, just would like to know how.
I'll ask staff to respond to that after the end of public comment.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I agree with the spirit of we need to do something to deter these really nuisance that are designed to vex the nearby residents. However, I disagree with the wordings of the ordinance because I feel that it will, number one, increase unnecessary interaction of our sheriffs and these party throwers. And I suspect that the money that are funding these parties are activists, and they're trying to perhaps get these land sold for affordable housing. I just feel that it's political. I'm also afraid that it could be paid for by law firms such as John Burris of Oakland, who has already gotten millions out of our sheriff's department. So the last, thing I want is for one more, lawsuit brought on by John Burris's law firm with the help of our DA, who is seeking re-election, to sue our sheriffs. I don't want that kind of, risk for our sheriffs. They don't deserve it. Oftentimes, it's nothing. It's usually something insignificant like this, and that can lead to George Floyd. We simply just don't need that kind of harassment. I would really advocate for heavy fine them to death so that they cannot wake up the next day and throw another party. Just heavy fine. And also I suggest the sheriff to please, patrol or do their intelligence gathering of these parties on social media. So focus on prevention, deterrence, and also give the sheriffs the ability to collect crime evidence of these.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Todd Ingersoll. I'm a resident of Briones Valley Road. I'm in agreement with much of what Fred, my neighbor, mentioned earlier, which is that, there's about 4 properties on the road that have, one night Fred and I counted over 165 vehicles that arrived when we also contacted the sheriff, which, speaking of the sheriff, Fred and I have both offered to make citizens arrest complaints and to sign the citizens arrest complaint. I'm a former CAL firefighter, and I worked for American Medical Response for 8 years in their 911 system, and I'm a general contractor myself now. So, the laws and enforcement are very important. Safety is very important. As Fred mentioned, just reiterating, Briones Valley is pretty much one way in, one way out. If there's a major incident out there, getting 300 vehicles out of there is going to be a big issue. We're in a high fire threat area, and these parties continually go on until 2 or 3 in the morning with loud music that carries throughout the entire valley and is quite disruptive. So I want to thank the supervisors for taking the time to consider this measure, and I encourage you to vote for it so we can go back to having some peace and symbolism in our life and not have to worry about 300 people from out of the area, leaving trash and causing the disruptions that they do. Thank you.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay, sorry about that. So I can't say much more than Mr. Fred Ryland and Mr. Ingersoll said. My name is Mike. I live on Briones Valley Road, and I seem to be in the middle of these said properties. I can speak forever about the trash, the noise. It's just unbelievable. I've been here for a long, long time, and our beautiful little valley is now destroyed. But my big concern is I have 3 generations of my family living on my property, and I have to watch them from my window every time they leave the driveway. The drunk drivers on this road now are incredible. My mailbox has been taken out twice. I know Mr. Frederickson down the road, his has been taken. I could probably lift all the mailboxes, and it's not even funny. But to excuse me, to reiterate on the drunk driving thing, it's not just one or two people. It's these people going in, then going for a beer run or whatever they're doing, going back. Because I watch the same cars. This is a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone, and they're going, this is no exaggeration, 60 and better. And they are flying. And they don't slow down when somebody's on the road. My wife likes to jog. We walk dogs. We have animals. It's just not working out here for that. So my suggestion, or my idea would have been to, what would it take to get on, when these parties come, what would it take to have a drunk driving station or whatever you call them with breathalyzers and all that at the end of the road? That would stop it in its tracks, I guarantee you. They would be scared to come out. People would be scared that the word would get out that when you're drunk or when you're tipsy or when you're blah, blah, you know, it's not going to happen. The second thing I wanted to hit on is, I forget who said it. I forget her name, but she was hitting on the like the enormous, the amount of people in the properties. I've seen, and my neighbors, Fred, I'm not sure about Mr. Ingersoll, they bus these people in. They bus them in on buses. And I'm not sure what that's all about, but a little old fine is not going to stop these people because they're making thousands and thousands of dollars. I think in most cases it's some of their living, but like the gal in Knighton said, they're renting out their property for say a few $1,000s, and these people are having these gigantic quinceañeras. When the cops come, there's nobody to take responsibility for it, so they leave.
The next speaker is Patty. I'm promoting you to panelist. Please accept the invitation and unmute yourself.
You may need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
I did, sorry.
There you go.
I live in Brentwood on Briones Valley Road. I've been a resident here for 18 years. This problem of large parties is not new, but the frequency of them, as somebody else had mentioned, has increased tremendously just in the last 2 to 3 years. By tremendously, I mean that they happen 2 to 3 times a month, usually during optimal weather. A little bit of background, which has been briefed a little bit, but there are properties on this road that are owned by individuals or groups of individuals who do not actually live here. The properties are used to board horses, raise goats, chickens, and cows, and there's a number of people coming and going to these properties. They're also used to host huge events and celebrations, and most of them are birthdays, weddings, celebrations for any of those people. I cannot speak to whether or not there's money being transferred, but again, hundreds of cars coming down. This is a no outlet road. The parties have huge tents, tables, chairs, a lot of people, stages, lights, live bands, and loud music. When I'm in my house and all the windows are closed and I can still hear the thump and the beat of the live bands, it allows music into late evening hours and to the early morning. I always call the sheriff, report the incident, but a lot of times, the dispatcher tells me that they have other pressing priorities. I certainly understand that. And oftentimes it takes several calls and a discussion about the arrest before the sheriff can make it out here. So I realize the sheriff has other pressing priorities. So I just appreciate the attention to this matter, and I ask that you take the measures to implement this ordinance of prohibiting these unpermitted events. And I just wanted to mention one other kind of adjacent concern that other people have mentioned is that these folks are also, that don't live here, they actually have open fires and barrels all the time. And that's probably
Next speaker is David. I'm promoting you to panelist. Please accept the invitation and unmute yourself.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. I appreciate all that you guys do. My name is David Sondergeld, a property owner on Aspara Drive off of Marsh Creek Road in Clayton. We've created a beautiful oasis here, a sustainable landscape, including fire abatement utilizing our own herd of goats, yet we are highly impacted by noise pollution. Our property is on top of a hill with a sheriff shooting range below us to the west and the Marsh Springs Event Center below us to the east. I'm in support of this ordinance and ask that you vote in support as well, which will hopefully manage the noise level at the event center as described in section 82-44.410, showing the allowable decibels. It will not address the noise challenge from the shooting range. The shooting range is often well above the maximum level described in section .410. It keeps us and our grandkids up at night. And I would like the county to consider in the future creating a general noise ordinance similar to those implemented in other counties, as one does not exist for Contra Costa. I also think from hearing some of the other speakers, this might address some of their additional concerns as well. I thank you in advance for your consideration. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeff. I'm promoting you to panelist. Please accept the invitation and unmute yourself.
You may need to unmute yourself, sir.
Jeff has not accepted the invitation. Oh, he just did.
Let's go on to caller 0915.
I'm sorry, are you there?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
I apologize. One of the problems of living in the country, bad signal. I also live on Briones Valley Road. I just wanted to throw in my my 2 cents. It's been well stated exactly what's going on out here, and I would encourage the Board of Supervisors to adopt the measure on the table, and that's all I'm going to say at this time. Thank you.
Caller, your line has been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to state your comment.
Hi, my name is Cleo Martinez. I also live on Briones Valley Road, and I hope that you guys will vote in favor for this. We have plenty of problems with the parties out here as far as the noise, trash, a lot of drunk driving. I can't tell you how many times I've seen cars crash into the fences and find car parts. We have a 2,000-pound rock at the end of our road that was struck by a car, and a lot of the engine parts were around it. It's an extremely dangerous situation. There's one way in and one way out. So hopefully we can get this taken care of. Thank you.
The next speaker is LP Ranch. I'm promoting you to panelist. Please accept the invitation and unmute yourself.
Are you there, speaker? All right, we're going to move on to Mr. Bennett. I know he's in the chambers.
My name is Pete Bennett, and I'm actually a musician, and I play on the street. And I understand the mentality of the clubs and the musicians and the people that hang out there. Not a good crowd. We even had an incident just the other night down the street. You could modify the permits for the food truck that require them to call the sheriff's department if they suspect they're on an unpermitted site. In other words, when you bring a food truck to any place downtown in Walnut Creek where they're at a lot, there's a city permit attached to the requesting firm. They don't just show up on the street corner. The temporary fence people, get them on the table. The rental firms, set up a GIS search at dispatch so that they can call up the sheriff's department and get an instant answer. Oh, we can't go here. This is against the rules. Go after them for real estate fraud. The litter laws, $1,000 a head. If they're throwing garbage on the street, All you got to do is sit there with a video camera and take pictures and then go get them later. And then have the fire department go out there with a truck once in a while and say, we got to clear this road. If it is a narrow road, it's a hazard to the houses and the property and the citizens nearby. And then, of course, let's do some roadside sobriety checks. Have them all set up once a week. Push. I've been through it. Believe me, I know how the system doesn't work and works. I'd like to see these people enjoy their life. My property's been stolen, lots of it, millions. Not just a few dollars, millions.
All right, I don't see any more public speakers. We're going to bring this back. Staff, could you answer the question about private? The way I'm reading it, that does include those, but I'm not the lawyer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The ordinance does distinguish, the current ordinance as well as the urgency ordinance distinguishes between commercial events and non-commercial events. But a property that is being rented out to someone else for a private, it doesn't distinguish between private events. And so a property being rented out for an event is a commercial event. And so the commercial event provisions would apply.
So weddings and quinceañeros, all those.
If they were renting the property for it, it would be a commercial event. If they were advertising it on social media for general availability, it would be a commercial event. It would require a temp event permit. Furthermore, even if it wasn't a commercial event, the noise standards in the ordinance would apply. And those noise standards, I mentioned that they're most stringent after 10 p.m., but they're also, there are provisions there's other provisions as well. So there are other noise limits even before 10 p.m. on a weekend.
Thank you. I see that.
Final thing I just wanted to mention is one of the callers mentioned that the ordinance would not be effective on the firing range. I would agree with that. It would also, the ordinance specifically exempts event centers or any other activity that's already been issued a land use permit. So if somebody already has a land use permit, those rights are vested. This ordinance is not going to reduce their noise generating capacity.
Thank you. I see that LP Ranch has, can we get them going, please? Are you there, speaker?
They have just unmuted themselves. LP Ranch, are you there?
Hello, are you there? Okay, I'm going to bring this back to the board. Supervisor Burgess, would you make the motion, please? I really want to move us on. It's 1 o'clock.
I have made that motion.
Had no idea this would take this long.
I've made the motion.
And it's been seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. We are going to go into our lunchtime closed session. We expect that will be an hour. We will be coming back at 2 p.m.
you.